Sound check for the YouTube stream.
My camera.
Yes, your face on the left.
Okay.
So it's actually at your face.
Okay.
And 3 minutes, we'll start right at 10.
Yeah, I was just checking the time. Yeah. If, yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll start in 2 minutes. Apparently, we need to wait till 10 o'clock to make sure all the machinery is in place, even though we are all in place. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Anne McCauley. I am the chair of the Scarborough Panel Committee of Adjustment. I am joined by my fellow panel members, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Stinson, Mr. Khan, and Mr. Sayed. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning, variances from provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter legal nonconforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. Before we start with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississauga and Chippewa bands. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. That we ask that you also mute your devices when you call until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During that time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allocated speaking time. At other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadlines. Those participating through Wendex are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Receiving a copy of the decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card. And those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Board will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Board, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the Province of Ontario amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the applicant or agent may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confirm your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. When individuals either in support or then individuals, after the applicant has spoken, then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we will be called on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant has the opportunity to abut only those issues raised by the speakers. That will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into the committee for a decision. So we're in the morning session. Before hearing the first application, confirmation of minutes of the last meeting. Do I have a motion to adopt the minutes? Mr. Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of minutes of meeting, our last meeting, which was dated January 17.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I second, Chair.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Sayed, seconded by Mr. Stinson to approval of the minutes. All those in favor? Thank you.
Through the chair, just for the record, Member Taylor did not vote because he was not present at the previous hearing.
Thank you. Ask the panel members, are there any excused member absences from this hearing? Mr. Sayed.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the absence of regular members, so I will put forward motion that Scarborough panel of the Committee of Adjustment does not excuse any member absences from the February 14 Committee of Adjustment hearing.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Okay. Motion to not excuse members, Mr. Said and Mr. Taylor. All those in favor? Okay, that motion is carried. Okay. Our Madam Secretary Treasurer, Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any declarations of interest for panel or staff?
Through the chair, there's no declarations of interest from committee staff.
Okay, are there any declarations of interest from panel members? Seeing none. Okay. There is no declarations of interest. Deferral matter. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through the chair, item 14, 12 Cliffcrest Drive has requested deferral due to improper notice, as well as to address concerns identified by the neighbors.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the deferral of item 14, 12 Cliffcrest Drive? Okay, would you come to the podium? We are only speaking to the deferral. So I will ask you to confine your remarks to whether you agree with the deferral or you do not.
Yes,
Can I have your name and address first?
yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Luke Chamberlain, and I'm at 14 Cliffcrest Drive.
Thank you.
Through the chair, can we go to the applicant first?
Oh, sorry. Let's just hold you for a minute. We need to ask the applicant whether the applicant has asked for a deferral, has he not? Okay, is the applicant online? Good, he's online. Sir, would you please give us your name and your address?
Sure. My name is Mehdi Ajband, 3429 Young Street, as the architect of the project.
Thank you. And Do you agree with the deferral?
Yes, actually, we asked for deferral for two reasons. The first one is, there was a mistake on the notice sent out to the community and neighborhood on the ownership title for the
Okay.
property.
We
And
don't need to
also we
know
received
other
some-
than, we don't need to know all the details. You've asked for a
So,
deferral.
yes,
That's really all that we are interested in at this time.
perfect.
Okay, let's go back
So,
to the speaker in the room. Sir? Can I have your name
Yes,
again?
so I disagree with the deferral. We would like the proceeding to go on today. I can
Okay,
provide
thank you very
rationale if
much.
you're interested.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak in favor or in opposition to the deferral? Yes, come down to the podium, please. I need your name and address first. Thank you very much. And you object to the deferral. Anyone else who wishes to speak come down to the podium. Name and address, please.
Good morning. Excuse me. My name is Diane Evans. I live at 9 Highcliffe Crescent.
Okay. And do
And
you support or object to the?
I object to the deferral.
Thank you very much. Okay. We have 3 objections to the deferral. The applicant has asked for a deferral.
Through the chair, there's individuals online.
Who's also objected? All right. Is there any individual online who is objecting to the deferral? Yes.
No, through the chair, we need to have the speaker speak and orally confirm if they are in support or objection. So we have registered speakers online.
Okay. Okay, for item number 1412 Cliffcrest Drive. Okay, I have listed that we have 2 speakers online, correct? Okay. Can I have the first speaker, please?
Hello?
Is that Maria? Would you give your name and address?
Yeah, so it's Maria Firmino, Brunette. I'm at 11 High Cliff Crescent.
Thank you.
And I do
Do you object or agree with the deferral?
object.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker. Would you go ahead, please?
Hi, Chairperson. It's Jennifer Grandy. I'm at 4 Cliff Crest Drive, and I object to the deferral.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have 3 people in the audience who have objected to the deferral and 2 people online who have objected to the deferral. Okay, committee, the applicant has requested the deferral. What is the wish of the committee? Do I have a motion? Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Madam Chair, I don't think we really have an alternative here. The notice was improper. We don't really have any basis upon which to conduct a hearing today because we don't know what the actual minor variances are ultimately going to be. So with that, combined with the fact that the applicant wishes to address concerns identified by the neighbors, I would move deferral for those reasons to the April 3rd hearing. That would be my motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With those solid reasons before the committee, first, the notice was not proper, and second, the applicant have shown the flexibility to identify the neighbor's concern, which is a good gesture. So in view of that, I will second the motion for deferral to the meeting of April 3rd.
Okay, I have a motion to defer from Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Said. All those in favor? Okay, The matter is deferred. I believe that a date has been set for April the 3rd, for a new committee meeting on April the 3rd, and notices will be sent to all those who have previously received notice with the new date.
Through the chair, for the record, can you state if it was a unanimous vote?
It was a unanimous vote. Okay. Are there any other requests for deferral, Madam?
Through the chair, there are none.
Thank you. Okay, we'll proceed with the first item on the agenda. That first item is 27 Shirley Crescent. I'm just pulling that up. My computer is wanting to be slow this morning. Okay. Item number 1 is 27 Shirley Crescent. It's an application to construct a new 2-story garden suite in the rear yard, and there are 2 variances requested for this application. Is the applicant online? Thank you. Is there anyone in the...
Members, good morning.
Just a second, please, sir. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this matter? Okay. There's no one in the audience. I understand that we may have another speaker, but the applicant is to go first. So, good morning, sir. Would you please proceed?
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Eduard Begay, 14 Beatty Side Park Drive. I'm the applicant for the application. As you said, we have 2 variances and that were not complying with the zoning bylaws. They are penetrating on 45-degree towards the other side line. The reason that we couldn't comply was that because of the way how the design was done. On one angle is the stairs that needed space to go up, and on the other side we managed to have a washroom. And I think we comply all the other requirements except those 2 angular lines.
Okay. I see that we have conditions from forestry. Are you aware of those conditions, sir?
Yes, Madam Chair, I agree with those.
Thank you.
And the owner also.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a person online who wishes to speak? Go ahead, please. Give me your name and your address, and then proceed.
I'm just saying that just like the options, I don't think I would have to pay your dad. Well, I'm not married to a person that I know, but I'm not married to you, so I'm not responsible for your dad.
Okay. Christine, are you wishing to speak to the variance for 27 Shirley Crescent? That's the only thing we're listening to today. Christine, do you wish to speak?
I think I just mentioned. Did I mention your name? Oh, sorry. Hi, this is Christine from 25 Shirley Crescent. I don't have any questions, but thank you very much.
Okay, so you're a neighbor and just wanted to listen in and you have no question.
For sake of clarity, yes, the angular plane is the variance before the committee. Could you just tell us what's the height of the main dwelling, as well as what's the height of the garden suite?
Okay, to the applicant, sir, you had a chance to rebut, but there really was no rebuttal required. We do have a question for you from Mr. Said. Can you proceed?
Yes, Madam Chair. So the existing house is one story. I don't know exact height, but with the roof, I think it's gonna be somewhere like 6 meters. But I'm not 100% sure about that. And our garden suite is tall, 6 meters. So as per building code requirement.
Thank you for telling me.
So five, not before.
So your garden suite is actually 2-story, and your main dwelling is 1-story. Am I correct on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is there any way you can think about go back to your drawing, and is there a way to reduce the height of this garden suite so that this angular plane issue could be resolved? Have you looked into that? Is there any pressing thing which is, so what's are the triggering factor for this?
If you go to the plans, as I explained, so on the side that we have we didn't do the 45 angular, is the stairs, if you can see. So if we go 45 there, we can go up on the second floor. And yeah, it's there. So that's the reason. So, and also if you go second story, we managed to have a washroom. You can see washroom there that is close also to the stairs. So those are the two things that if we remove those, it's going to be only one bedroom on the second floor. So if the committee it's concerned, we can move the building further from the property line. So right now we are 6 feet. We can move it to 7 feet if you want. I don't know if that gives
Yeah, that was the point I wanted to discuss. There are possibility looking into the drawing that you can move this garden suite a little bit, maybe towards south side, and you can overcome this angular plane variance. I mean, if there is a chances, that's why I was asking, is there any triggering factor which could not be done by the architecture plan, that's fine. But I see there is a space where you can move this garden suite a little bit towards south or towards west, or you can reduce the height of the garden suite, and this variance will be overdone.
Can I speak? Yeah, so I think we can move it to 7 feet both ways, on the rear, on the side, if that's the case. So instead of 6 feet, we can go 7 feet from both sides.
Okay.
So from the rear and from the north side.
So you can amend the site plan and move your garden suite to the south and further into the lot. That does not change anything dealing with the angular plane, though, does it?
It may change the angular plane, Madam Chair. If they move the garden suite a little bit, push back towards the south, maybe the 45 angular plane could be, this variance could be overcome.
Okay, to the applicant, is that possible?
Yeah, we can move that. So we can change, when we apply for the permit, we can change the garden suite 7 foot from the north line and from the east line. So both the rear and the side, we can move it forward, and on the south side.
Okay.
7 foot.
And would you still need the variance for the angular plane?
I think yes.
So although you can move it, you still need the variance. Mr. Sayed?
I think for the sake of making it more comfortable for the neighbors, that's why we're willing to move it a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that could be one of the option. We have the on record some objections from the neighbors about particular location where you are having this garden suit. So yes, that could be a positive move, but you have to calculate it very carefully because I don't know whether this is going to be really change the angular plan variance if you move it. But this will need a little bit more calculations on that, but I feel it could be at that point the variance may not be there.
Okay, to the applicant, can the committee note that you are willing to move your garden suite to address some of the concerns of the neighbors, but you will still need approval of the angular plane? Is that your position, sir?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Can I have a motion then? Before I go into the motion, are there any other questions?
I'm just wondering if we could have a bit of a discussion before we go into a motion. Personally, I don't see the need to move the building. I think the issue at hand here is two variances that are going to be required regardless of the location of the building. The building fits within the approved building envelope in the bylaw. It doesn't require any side yard, rear yard, height, separation from main building. It doesn't offend anything, and I don't understand why we would need to even consider moving the building. The variances are for two angular plane situations caused by two very narrow window dormers on either side of the building. That's not going to change. So I guess I wouldn't support a motion that involved requiring a move of this building. I don't see the necessity for it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam. Through you, my question to the applicant is, how much building area penetrates with the angular plane? How much building area?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that question? I didn't quite understand it. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the building area entering into the angular plane. How much that building area is?
Okay, so you're looking for the footprint of the second floor to?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, to the applicant, can you give us that information?
It's only the dormers that they don't comply. So I have to see on the drawings. I don't have, but if we can go on the roof plan, I think it's 3 feet. I don't know exactly, but it's the dormers that they don't comply with the requirement.
Okay, you can see the
You can
drawing?
see here.
Yeah, Madam Chair, may I add over here? Yes, over the drawing, and it's not that significant, and it's not impacting much of the drawing. So, as Member Don said, I think there is, if the angular plan problem is not resolved by moving the garden suit, then they should keep it over here. The purpose of movement was to resolve the variance. Otherwise, I think it's okay. It's not that significant to be considered. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sayed. That's the reason why we have all this discussion. Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I see this very simply as what Member Taylor said, that it's fitting in with the planning of the city. Garden suites are permitted. We have a very large lot for this garden suite to go into. And while it is commendable that the applicant is willing to move the property from the property line, et cetera, it's not necessary, in my view. I also see this as part of the change that our city's going through, and we're just working through these changes, and sometimes that is the challenge. And I think it makes the 4-test rule. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, committee, are we now in committee? Do I have a motion? Mr. Sayed? Or?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee members for all these elaborations on that. Madam Chair, I am okay with that. I would put forward motion for approval of item number 1, subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for the motion?
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. I have a motion for approval of the variance by Mr. Said, seconded by Mr. Forgotten your name. Taylor. Subject to the forestry conditions. All those in favor of approval? That motion is carried. All are in favor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Our second item is item number 235 Bellamy Road North. Before we proceed, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this application? If so, would you please come down to the podium? No? Okay. All right. 235 Bellamy Road North. It's an application to construct a rear one-story sunroom to the existing building. And there are requiring there's a couple of variances required here. Is the applicant online? Thank you.
Hello, Bill Upo speaking.
Yes, sir. Would you proceed with your name, address first, and then proceed?
Yeah, sure. This is Bill Upo for 235 Bellamy Road North.
Thank you. You're the applicant. Do you wish to make a presentation?
Through the chair, I think the applicant gave the address of the item, not their individual address.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sir, would you give your individual address, not the address of the application? We need your name and your
apologize.
personal address, and then the address of the application.
Sorry, this is Bill Upo, 9 Fred McLaren Boulevard, Markham, Ontario. And we're speaking about 235 Bellamy Road North.
Okay. So, 235 Bellamy Road, the application is for a rear one-story sunroom. And we have a building length and a side yard setback and a building depth. There is no one in the audience who wishes to speak to this application? Okay. All right. Sir, do you wish to make a presentation or do you wish to answer questions?
I am ready to answer questions. I think the plans are self-evident.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any questions for the applicant? No? No questions? Do I have any motions? Mr. Hahn?
Thank you, madam. Through you, about this application 235 Bellamy Road North. We have 3 variances in front of us, minor in nature. Therefore, I move this application be approved.
Thank you. I see no conditions. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr.
Chair?
Said?
Sorry. Chair, I'll second the motion.
I think Mr. Said has already raised his voice. Thank you. Okay. Moved by Mr. Hahn, seconded by Mr. Said. All those in favor? All in favor? That matter is carried unanimously. All approved. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we'll move on to item number 3, 15 Door Road. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this application? Okay, not seeing anyone. Okay, 15 Dura Road, I think that's how you would pronounce that, is an application to demolish the existing dwelling to construct a new two-story dwelling. There was a previous variance application approved at this location, but it didn't cover all the variances that were required for the proposal, and so we have two new variances. Is the applicant online? Good morning, sir. Would you give us your name and your address?
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Paul Bansal. I reside at 106 Fruitvale Circle, Brampton, Ontario.
Thank you. Do you wish to make a presentation or provide any further information to the committee?
I would, if you don't mind, just a couple minutes just to give some background on this.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this application was submitted last year in the summer for some variances which were approved. At that time, it was not identified that lot coverage and the front setback were required for a minor variance. Through our building permit application, it turned out that our lot coverage was exceeding. For the approved variances in our site plan, the lot coverage was actually closer to 43%. And since, we do quite a bit of work in the city of Toronto, and we know that this would be a concern, what we did was we did make it smaller before we brought it to the committee. So we brought it closer to 39.28%, just to stay in line with what's been approved in the past and the trends in the neighborhood. The front yard setback is quite minor in nature. We're asking for about a foot of a difference. We did approach the neighbors, front, back, left, and right of us, and we do have letters of support just to help make things go smoother. If there's any other questions that the committee members have, I'd be happy to try and answer.
Okay, thank you very much. I see there are no conditions. Any questions from committee members? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the applicant mentioned that they have been trying to reduce the lot coverage and bring it close to as allowed by the bylaws. But still, I see variance number 1, the allowed coverage is 33%, and the applicant, you are asking more than 39%. So it's an increase of 6%. Could you let me know what's the rationale for that? Or you can give me the numeric numbers, how you transform this 33% number and 39% in numbers so that we can see how significant this increase is.
Okay.
Just through Madam Chair to the committee member. So the whole lot coverage, including the front porch, which is a porch that runs across the front face, is included in the lot coverage as well. The reason why we're asking for this size is there's a multi-generational family. They do have elderly family. We do need to provide a bedroom on the ground floor. There's nothing extra we've provided in the floor plans above and beyond a typical home. We have significantly reduced this. Like I said, though, when we brought it to the committee last summer, it was closer to 43%. So we did make significant changes. We did our best that we could to reduce this. We were advised to come down closer to below 40%. We did the best that we could. The owners still wanted the front porch. I tried to advise them that the front porch, is adding to lot coverage, but they do have elderly family that like to sit in the front. So providing a small porch in the front, is something that is not really desirable for them. They're looking for the longer porch. We made our best efforts on this project. If there's any other questions, the committee member and I would try to answer.
Thank you. I think the question was, what is the total floor area of the building at the 39 versus what would be permitted at 33% of the lot area? Do you have those numbers?
I can try to find it. Give me 1 second. So the gross floor area, is that what you're asking? The gross floor area?
Yes, I believe so.
So
The
we're about 4,000
requested, okay, your requested gross floor area is?
4,800, 4,089 square feet. So 4,089.
Okay, and what is permitted then at 33%? Do you have that?
I wouldn't have that number.
Okay. Any further questions, Mr. Said?
Actually, Madam Chair, you have already asked that question, so I was just wondering, like, so the lot area mentioned was have you, I could not get it.
His total gross floor area is 4,089 square feet at 39% coverage. His permitted lot coverage at 33%, he wasn't able to give us that number.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Anything further, Mr. Said?
If the client is aware of the urban forestry condition number 2.
Yes, sir, are you aware of the urban
Yeah,
forestry? Okay.
Yeah, through the Madam Chair, yes, we are aware of the urban forestry condition.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, committee? Are we in committee now? Okay, we're in committee. Mr. Sayed, do you have any further comments? Go ahead.
I'm okay, Madam Chair, with these variances. I believe, although it's apparently look like 6%, but the numbers which I calculated is not that. So I am okay with that, with both the variances, and the applicant have already confirmed urban forestry condition number 2. So I am fine with that to support it.
Okay. Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. Before I proceed with the motion, I wanted to add something, and that is with the acting deputy treasurer to our right. I understand there was quite a bit of controversy with regards to public notice. I just want to confirm that this met the requirements and stipulations of due notice.
Through the chair, all statutory requirements with respect to notice has been met. Everything is uploaded on the public record, the Application Information Center website.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, members of the committee? Okay, do I have a motion?
We've heard, Chair, from Member Said with the motion. I'd like to second that motion.
Okay. I have a motion for approval from Mr. Said, subject to urban forestry, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All those in favor of the variance approval? That application is approved unanimously. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Our next application is for Witham-Shaw Wood. Is there? Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to 4 Witham-Shaw Wood?
It's number 1, Madam Chair. Number 1, Witham-Shaw.
Oh, I'm sorry, number 1.
It's item 4.
It's item 4, number 1, Witham-Shaw. I was more concerned about pronouncing that Witham-Shaw properly.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Okay, so there are members of the audience who would like to speak to this matter. Would you come down to the podium? Come, everyone can sit there. There's 3 or 4 spaces to sit. Just come down there and I will call you when it is time for you to speak. Okay. This is an application to construct a 2-story front yard addition to an existing dwelling. and there are a number of variances required. Is the applicant online? Good morning to the applicant. Would you please identify yourself with your name, address, and any presentation?
Yes, it's Peter Druzik from Arc Design Group, 60 Thistledown Crescent, Whitby, Ontario. This application before you is a renovation addition to an existing housing stock on 1 Withenshaw Wood. It is currently a side split unit, and we're looking to do an addition at the front of the house and add on to the lower area of the side split. The variances themselves, I believe meet the four tests in my opinion. The first one being the front yard setback. If someone could put up the site plan, it'd be appreciated, so the members can view the site plan. It's a corner lot, which is fairly large in size. And on the existing site plan that we're proposing, we're bringing a new garage up in line with our neighbor's house. So the proposed dwelling unit, we're extending the garage forward to line up with the neighboring garage, and that requires a side yard setback. The neighboring garage is 5.66 meters from the property line, and we're proposing 5.82 meters. The other variance is we are in a corner lot, as you can see by the site plan, which has a very generous boulevard on Toynvale itself. It is over the boulevard itself to Toynbee Trail. Toynbee Trail is over 6 meters itself before you hit the curb, plus the 4.22 meters that we're requesting. The existing house, as you can see in the darker hatch, is being maintained. We're building towards Withenshaw Wood. I know the planning department has reviewed it and has requested that should the committee of adjustment approve this, that the site plan be tied to it, and we are in agreement with it. As it is a pie-shaped lot, the 4.22 meters is only at that corner of the new addition, and then it pulls back pretty quickly when we hit the existing house. We're already at 5.8. So it's not the entirety of the house requesting the side yard setback or the flankage setback on Toynbee Trail. We're asking for a minor increase in floor space index from 279 square meters to 304, which is just around 25 square meters of increase in square footage from 0.44 floor space index to 0.48. The height requirement that we have is only because we're trying to build on top of an existing house. And because it's a side split and we're building on one side, which is an existing living room, dining room, that one side of the wall will be slightly higher by a foot. It is facing the side of Toynbee Trail, which means it's not impacting on the neighbors of Withenshaw Trail, and there's a generous buffer between the road and the house itself. So we believe that's minor in nature and won't create an impact on the property. With that, it also impacts our ease, which is one variance. And our rear yard setback, which is setback number 6, is our existing condition. We're building on the existing footprint of the house, which was at 7.68 meters setback. So that's just bringing something that was already on the property into compliance with current zoning. If the committee has any questions in regards to our application, I believe this does meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act, but I'm open to any questions if the committee has any.
Okay, thank you. I understand you said you were in agreement with the community planning condition that built in accordance with the site plan, the roof plan, the left elevation, and the right elevation. Are you also in agreement with the forestry condition?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Okay, any questions for the applicant? Mr. Sayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Peter, for the elaboration. I have a question. Yes, you do mention that the adjacent property next to this property is even a little bit closer to the front line. But still, the circumstances of this property is different. It's a corner lot. It's a big lot, and there is a stop sign there right at the intersection. Could you just let me know about the other, how it's aligned with the other properties, not the adjacent property, with the other properties in the street as far as their front line distance is concerned? Thank you.
Within Shaw Wood itself, at that intersection, and the first two or three, thank you very much for putting up this plan, is we're in a curve area. So at the 5 point, at our setback area, we're actually at its tightest point on the west side of the driveway, which is the 5.82. The other side of our garage, because of that angle, we're at 6.73. Now, if you could put the site plan back on, please, I want to just draw your attention. As I mentioned, that Toynbee Trail has a very generous boulevard in comparison to the majority, I would say, of Scarborough area. Within Shaw Wood also has a very generous boulevard from the curve to our property line. So in essence, currently we have the capability to get to our existing house to put almost 3 cars behind each other in tandem before we hit the garage. Moving the garage forward in line with the neighbor's house, we still have the distance from the new garage to the curb to fit fully 2 cars in tandem. And now our width is going to be 5.8, which is double width. We can park potentially 4 cars on the driveway and 2 cars in the garage. So we have a generous amount of parking space before we even hit the curb and within Shaw Wood. And because it is an established area, this is not an area where we're worried about road windings in the future. It's a very quiet place, but there's ample enough parking on the property right now to move it into closer to be in line with the neighboring property. Now, moving down to the next property, we start going through a curve. So the alignment is off because now we're in that curve of within Shaw Wood. So we're just looking at our neighbors' houses here, and that's what we're looking at, the 5.6. Every other house will not look lined up with ours because it's in the curve of within Shaw Wood and start heading towards a different direction.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Han?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is about variance number 5. Eaves projection 1.93, it has exceeded 0.9. Could you explain why it is so?
That variance is based on the front yard setback, which is also the variance number 1. Okay, so variance number 1, we're asking for 7.5, and now we're at 5.82. Now, technically, if 5.82 is approved for our new front yard setback, that eliminates this variance technically. But because that one's not approved, we have to request for both. Okay, now the garage itself is only on the ground floor, is stepped out in line with the number 3. The second floor, we have stepped back a little bit further, about 2-3 feet further. So that's only on the ground floor. Do we have that setback? But a portion of the ground floor, of the second floor, going to the neighbors, we've set that back an extra 3-4 feet. So it kind of tapers back that second floor setback there as well.
Okay.
But without the first one being approved, if the first variance is approved, the 5th one is not required because now it would be in compliance.
Okay. Yes, Mr.
Mr. Peter, if this is going to be a little bit closer towards the front line, and you are talking about 6 cars to be parked there, I see the driveway. The driveway becomes narrower as it goes towards the garage because there is a tree there, a big tree there. Is this tree still there, and is this going to be protected?
That is one of the trees that we are seeking to have it removed from the municipality. We have an arborist report submitted, so that's part of the application process with the forestry department. Currently, it's there, and we have the 1 parking spot beside it legally, but there's asphalt poured around it. It's been like that historically, and based on our arborist, it is not in good shape because it's been historically parked around all the root structure on it. So it's not the most ideal situation there with the driveways there. So that is being proposed. It's an older, and it is a tree that is looking to be removed due to the impact on the roots. And this is a historical impact. It's not based on what we're proposing here. It's just where the tree was and where all the cars are parking and driving. It has really compacted the root structure there.
Okay. Any further questions of the applicant? No? Okay. We'll now move to the people in the room. Could the first speaker come up to the podium, give us your name, your address, and then you have 5 minutes to speak. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, committee members. My name is Steve Bento. I'm at 5 Withenshaw Wood on the same side as number 1. First off, I want to thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to speak here. We are very concerned as a community in regards to this one property, but also it actually has ramifications for other properties that the committee is considering. This is a property that actually is proposed for 7 bedrooms, 7 full bathrooms, 3 kitchens, and I do believe that it doesn't belay its true intent when it's stated as a single-family home anymore. We do know the owners. The ultimate concern we have here is the excess is going to actually create some problems if the full population of that home is adopted. So the frontage is, yes, a 24% grievance to what should be actually according to the bylaw. They're bringing that property forward, removing parking that exists there today. That's going to result in a lot of cars, if 7 full bedrooms are actually accommodated with adults of any kind of nature, to see parking in front of that property. There is no parking in front of that property. There is a stop sign in front of that property. There is no parking on the side of that property because it actually corners another intersection as well. It would be very problematic, and we would see a big disruption into our cul-de-sac of a full population of that home with accompanying cars. That is actually one of our biggest concerns. It would only take 2 firewall walls to be put in place for this to be a full rental unit. That frontage reduction is a 24%, but that eaves reduction as well is a 214% grievance to the bylaws. So there is a number of parts of this thing that is moving this property much, much more forward. And if you think about the domino of thinking 6 cars, 2 in a garage and 4 in a driveway is logical, it actually would not make no practical sense in a day for a home that's at the beginning of a cul-de-sac. Now, this cul-de-sac is also a walking cul-de-sac. There are no sidewalks in this area of Gilwood. So all of these areas that the developer has discussed around this property, there are not sidewalks on those. Everybody walks in the streets. Children walk to 3 different schools. There's a trail at the end of Withenshaw where they go to 2 schools through a park. Everybody walks their dogs here. Everybody has to walk on that street. If you put cars on that street, we have a major grievance to even garbage collection, fire prevention, just even getting out of the end of that cul-de-sac, because it is at the beginning of that cul-de-sac. Stopping at that stop sign, you have major issues, and flow control. And protection of our children is a major concern for everybody on our cul-de-sac. I would say that there are a number of other actual risks here. The continued development of properties in this area that are going to go above even that side access. We're looking at a 26% over variance on the side yard. So we're continuing to look at the change of the demographic of the Guildwood neighborhood. This was actually posted with a minimum 10 days notice on one street only, even though it actually borders on 2 streets. I have members here from that have joined us. We've informed them they live on Toynbee. They could not see the signage of this. They were not informed. They're here today because as a community, we have major concerns of what this development really represents. I hope the committee will hear our concerns, understand the intent of what this property really looks to be, and actually give this an emphatic rejection, because it does not fit for what the Withenshaw Wood cul-de-sac really is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Are there any questions of the speaker? No? Before we proceed to the next speaker, Madam Deputy Chair, would you tell us who gets notice? I believe there would be people on Toynbee Trail would also receive notice of this application, correct? Through the mail?
Yeah, through the chair, all property owners within a 60-meter radius of the application address get notice. So I don't have the exact addresses, but it would be a 60-meter radius measured from the property boundaries of the application site.
Okay, thank you. All right, can I have this next speaker? Again, name and address.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and my name is Steve Duffield, and I live at number 3 Withenshaw Wood. My main concern here is, like the previous speaker spoke about, is the parking problem. This area of Guildwood is unique. You will never find another area in Scarborough like it. It was designed to have no sidewalks and to have a path system connect to all these streets to compensate for the no sidewalks. The houses are close together, frontage-wise, and the streets are very narrow. The location where number 1 sits on the corner is probably one of the most congested areas in our neighborhood in phase 1 of Guildwood. The reason for that, it's affected by 2 intersections, as we saw in the picture, and 3 different streets. Deerham Wood is the only entrance and exit for the east of this whole neighborhood. Of this whole phase 1, everybody takes Deerham Wood. It's the only way in and out. So there's a lot of car traffic coming up along Deerham Wood, coming from the east, which already in the morning when school's going on, because we have not only the neighborhood that it feeds and the neighbors that live in the neighborhood, we also have a lot of children that attend the baccalaureate program at Laurier. We have children coming from all over the place, and the parents drive their children in, and they use these streets to get their kids to school. It's already chaos at certain times in the day. Toynbee, it also suffers from the same problems because that's where the traffic goes. It's going along Toynbee. So not only it doesn't have a lot of car traffic, it has a lot of pedestrian traffic because people use Toynbee to walk to Withenshaw. Withenshaw is part of the path system. It was designed that way from originality, and it's what made this neighborhood a unique neighborhood from the rest of Scarborough. It has a lot of pedestrian traffic, walking their dogs, everything, going to the path system, which connects all the streets to the schools, churches, and everything. The driveway for number 1 Withenshaw is going to be shorter than mine. I cannot fit more than 4 cars in my driveway, and they're bumper to bumper. They have to be small cars. I also have a double car garage, and I don't know many people anywhere that have 2 cars in a double car garage anymore because storage is always an issue. So we're basing the fact that they're going to put 4 cars bumper to bumper in the driveway and 2 in the garage, which never really happens. This proposal, like Steve said, is proposing 3 kitchens, 7 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, with an empty room in the basement that is absolutely easy to turn into 2 more bedrooms. So this could very well, and just like that, be turned into a 9-bedroom unit. Now, I'm a retired fire captain from Toronto Fire. 35 years I did. 9 of them was in the neighborhood fire hall on Coronation. And our whole fire station, we always do our inspections of neighborhoods to find out safety issues. And we were all very aware of this section of Guildwood and the challenges we have with fire trucks to get to not only fires, but medical issues. Every minute, we all know, when it comes to a heart attack, is crucial. Fire doubles every 30 seconds. We are now building a triplex, which whatever they say it's going to be a triplex on the most congested intersection in the most narrowest areas of Guildwood, which was designed with no sidewalks. Am I running out of time? And those trucks right now we negotiate, try to have to challenge is trying to negotiate the streets in this area, trying to make the turns. The gentleman that lives in the house now, he's had times when he's had people over. They park on the street. There's nowhere to get down. It's almost impossible. So it's not just garbage collection, everything. I'm concerned with medical calls and fire calls. If there's even one car parked in there, the trucks have to drive up on people's lawns to be able to get around them because it's such a congested, and the way the intersections all correspond with each other, we can't make those turns without making a 20-point turn and driving over people's property, which takes up time. And it's the response time that I was told that we are the most concerned with when it comes to any type of changes.
Okay, sir, can you wrap up now, please?
Okay. Okay.
Mr.
So that's all I wanted to say was, these are very serious issues, and and I understand that in today's time we need some more room for people to live. So it is absolutely reasonable to build a second apartment in this, but 3, and it's absolutely going to be 3.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Can I have the next person? Oh, I'm sorry. Would you come back to the podium? We have questions from the...
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the speaker. You're very eloquently spoken, and we heard you. A couple of things. One is you're at number 3?
Yes.
All right. And number 3, did I hear you correctly that you cannot put 4 cars on your driveway?
No, I can fit 4 cars bumper to bumper, no more. Like they were saying that they might, and like I said, that I don't use my double car garage for parking because it's just the way it works out, right? The ability to have 6 parking doesn't mean it's going to be followed, right? There was a unit similar to this built just around the corner on Livingston, and the whole neighborhood's having a nightmare with parking. They call the police all the time. It's just getting ridiculous. There's been a car accidents because there's so many vehicles there, and it's on a much wider street in a much straight street, and they're having all kinds of parking issues, and we have parking issues just from having visitors. So just having a few visitors, because there's no parking unless they're in the driveway.
And you've answered my question. I do appreciate it and the context. The other concern for me is the projection of it's going to be something it's going to be in the future. And this committee deals with what is presented to it through the process and the experts we have behind us at city planning, traffic services, for example.
Right.
We've received no conditions from traffic services. So I just want to point that out and make sure we're all aware of the fulsome background to how these things are processed. And I thank you again, Steve, for speaking to
May I comment? May I make one comment on that? The building of 3 kitchens and 7 bedrooms makes it obvious that there will be future problems. Whether it's going to be immediate or future, it's logic. And logic is something we all have to go use, because if we don't use logic, we have chaos. And I'm concerned about that corner because that was the one area that we always had problems with our fire truck getting down. And it's very tight, and we always talked about it at the fire station because there's certain problem areas in Scarborough that we deal with, and we train on that stuff. So we would discuss the issues of dealing with and the challenge of our trucks on those streets if there was a parked car there, which when just having visitors, you're going to have parked cars because there's not enough room. The houses were supplied with just enough parking for the residents of a single family dwelling, and that's it. So, yeah,
Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No? Okay. The next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee. I'm sort of ad hoc here because I'm a little bit.
Your name and
I'm
address
sorry.
first.
Yes, Sherry Lang, 109 Toynbee Trail. I'm the house directly adjoint, kitty corner to this proposal. My neighbor is also very concerned. She's on Toynbee as well. My first comment is that not enough of the street has been notified. The street is one of the longest streets in the neighborhood, possibly in the GTA. And when I was speaking to a few of my neighbors who have small children down at the other end, they had not heard of this at all. They bring their small children to, as Steve mentioned, several of the neighboring schools. It's a neighborhood known for its wonderful schools and for its pathways and for its habitat. So I have a couple of very deep concerns. I would concur with my neighbor, Steve, at number 3, that parking is going to, okay, I have a Nest camera. And I can tell you that on any given day, the number of cars and traffic, pedestrian as well, exceeds, it's between 150 and 300 responses on my Nest camera. It's a very, very active corner. It's a lovely corner. The boulevards, the gentleman spoke about the boulevards. Those boulevards are transgressed all the time by traffic, by people on bikes, on people with their little buggies, with their Toynbee. You know, they move it along pretty quickly. But to be honest with you, if a fire truck were needed, wow, it would be a devastation. I also just want to address the nature of the beast. I don't think this is a triplex. In my personal opinion, I'm not a planner. I'm a retired teacher. I'm a writer on energy issues. This is, in my humble opinion, a rooming house scenario. And there's great money to be made in rooming houses, we all know. There's somebody running, in my opinion, a rooming house at 101 Toynbee. They've got a building permit on the door. Someone has called the city and asked for more information. We don't know how many people. There's a lot of people in and out. What we're saying is that the community is changing rapidly. The density is changing. We want more density, but we want it done responsibly. The parking is going to be a problem. The traffic is going to be a horrendous problem. And getting to the tree that they would like to take down, I've got a tree that's on city property that abuts my fence, knocking my fence over with its root system that the city refuses to take down. It's a Manitoba maple. But this, it's in bad condition. You can look at it and see, whoa, this tree should come down. But I have concerns from the forestry department. Maybe they should try to save that tree, quite frankly. So the whole proposal seems to me not viable, not productive, not safe. And I hope that this committee can seriously give us more time to consider it. We need a deferral so the rest of the street can know what's going on. I can guarantee you these seats here would be much fuller if people knew. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Staff, can you pull up the plan showing the road network in this area? I want to see where Toynbee and Wishamshaw, and there's a
Dereham Wood. Yeah.
Okay. So this is the corner property going into that crescent. And you have Dereham, and I believe that comes off of, is it off of Galloway that? It comes off of Galloway, runs over to Morningside, changes. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So it's an area of a fair amount of traffic. The Toynbee Trail is, in the old term, a collector road, so it's expected to have a lot of traffic on it.
School buses,
It's really,
delivery buses.
This road itself that is, it's a cul-de-sac, so it's not expected to have a lot of traffic, but it has a walkway at the end of it, as I understand from what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to understand a bit about your traffic and your parking issues. Committee members, are there any questions of? Yes, Mr. Stinson.
Perhaps you could just elaborate. How close are the schools that have been mentioned to this street?
Oh, it's a network of, Steve, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 10 minutes there.
Yeah, there's 3 schools. At the end of the trail, at the end of the cul-de-sac, there's 2 schools. There's Gilwood Elementary and St. Ursula's that go through Gilwood Park, so our trail connects to that. And then going past Dereham Wood, there's another elementary school there, and that's Poplar Elementary. And then on the main parkway, we do have a lot of people coming through Dereham, bringing their kids to the high school,
Yeah.
the baccalaureate high school that's down there. So again, that also gets traffic due to the high school.
And the Guild Inn, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, thank you, and we have to have the person at the podium do the speaking, folks. So thank you for that. It's all good. I will point out then with these answers very quickly to my members on this committee and the public that this is important to note, and I would also see that there is not a school on the street, but in the area, and you've made that very clear, several schools. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, any other questions from members? Okay, back to the applicant. You have 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you. Most of the comments here are based on parking and street traffic. I want to bring the committee's attention to the fact that we are not requesting any variances for parking or any variances for additional units within the building. In addition, we require one parking space under the bylaw for this property. From the new proposed garage frontage to the curb is over 13 meters on its tightest side. A parking space is 5.6 meters depth in Toronto as a minimum, which double parking would be 11.2 meters. So we are providing 4 parking spots on this property when 1 is required for this single family dwelling. So I understand the concerns, and it's also been mentioned that when other people have gatherings, they park on the street. So it's not this issue that their concerns are about fire and parking are not exclusive to this corner property itself in terms of issues with parking on there. It could be people on Toynbee Trail that have a birthday party and are parking on the road. Our client is providing 4 parking spots outside, and yes, there's potential for 2 inside the garage, but as we know, most cases people park other stuff there or use it for storage in a lot of cases. So I understand the concern for parking, but we're well above and beyond the requirements for parking here. So though I respect their comments, it's not part of this application. My client, as one of the neighbors has mentioned, they know them very well. They've been living here for a long time. They love this neighborhood. They want to add to the house. Their children are growing up. They're becoming larger. They want to expand the place for their family as well. Their grandparents are going to be in that lower area so they can just walk and not have to deal with stairs. The basement's the only unit that, yes, potentially they can have as an apartment. Now, I want to turn the attention also to the committee that there are bylaws in place now that permit this. I'm not saying my client is moving ahead with that, and I understand the concerns of the neighbors, but nothing here is outside for parking, or if they decide to do multiple residential in the future, is outside the law in terms of zoning and permitted uses. So, though I respectfully understand the parking issue and the fire issue here, it's not exclusive to our property, and this development, in my estimation, will not impact more as we're still providing 4 parking spots here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh,
Anything further you want? You've got another 2 minutes. You don't have to take them.
my computer, I might have to log in.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Simpson.
I have a question for the acting deputy treasurer, and that is just to confirm that the proper notifications of what was taking place went out.
Through the chair, yes, I can confirm that all statutory requirements regarding notice have been met.
Okay. Any, Mr. Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. After hearing all these speakers and the applicant, Madam Chair, I would like to know, Mr. Peter, we always encourage that these kind of developments, when take place in the neighborhood, there should be a communication and consulting with the neighbors in the street and around. So I wonder, this time I feel there is either lack of communication or some communication is missing. There could be certain points which could be resolved if there would have been a proper consultation with the other neighbors. Have you done any consultation with the neighbors while bringing up this plan?
Peter, have you been able to connect with us again? Have we lost the applicant?
Through the chair, he's still online.
Okay.
Through the chair, we might have to give Peter a couple minutes to log in again.
Okay. So, Mr. Sage, if we keep that question, and Mr. Hahn, I understand you also have a question. And while we're waiting for Peter,
My computer reset halfway through my speech.
okay,
Can you hear
sounds
me?
like you're back. So,
I am.
Mr.
I
Said,
apologize.
do you want to repeat your question?
So, Mr. Peter, have you, during this process, have you done any consultation? I mean, you or the owner of this property have done any consultation with the neighbors or in the neighborhood?
As I understand it, I did request my client to speak to his neighbors, and according to him, he did speak to them about it. I don't know to what extent, if it's those directly, but I'd have to speak to him about it. He said he's been living there for a while, and but I can't confirm that unless he was online. But I did put that request to him.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, my question is, I was listening to the neighborhood people who are opposing this proposal. Sir, briefly, did you had a meeting before applying with the neighborhood people?
Like I just mentioned before, I myself didn't. I did request my client to speak to his neighbors because he's been living there for a long time, and he says he knows them well. I did not confirm with him if he spoke with them about this for that.
Respectfully, sir, in one of your answers, you were saying, although we know, 7 bedroom and 7 washrooms and parking has been also brought in by the resident. The thing is, sir, you said parking is not on among the variances. You are right. It's not. So are the 7 rooms and 7 bedrooms are not variances in front of us. My concern is your variance number 1 and number 5. Why should we allow you such a approval when the frontage is 5.82 against 7.5? This is the most minimum you can have, but I'm not going to allow it.
I can always bring this concern up to my client and see if he wants to address that setback issue. I know for the majority of Toronto, setback requirements are usually the average of your neighbors. And in past experiences, bringing in line with the street frontages has always been as a minimum. In this area, yes, it's a hard 7.5, but the 7.5 meter frontage also applies to my neighbors as well, which is 6.8. So this 7.5 meter setback for this neighborhood is a setback applied in the new bylaw. It was not the setback requirement when these buildings were built, as evident for the fact that our neighbors, the majority of our neighbors, are closer than 7.5 meters to that to their property line at the front. So we're just bringing our dwelling in line with what the majority of the neighborhood is already, which is the one parking spot, at least 5.6 meter requirement under the old and the new bylaws. Our neighbors at 5.66 on the tightest part, as evident on our site plan, and we're just bringing ours in line with the 5.68 there. So I understand your concern in terms of what the new but if that is a concern, I can always bring that up to my client and revisit this if that seems to be the concern. I haven't heard anything from any of the opposition in terms of the neighbors who are opposed to this, anything about the variances themselves. Everything is about the property and the parking and the fire around it and making assumptions on the 7 bedrooms, but nothing about the actual variances themselves. I respect through you, Madam Chair, the member who has brought in their concern about that frontage, and that's the only person who has brought concern about the setback themselves. So I understand the neighbors' concerns, and we can discuss that with them. But if their concern is still parking, there's nothing we can do in terms of the street parking or the fire. And we're still providing 4 outside parking spots here, which is fairly rare in Toronto. I'm sure that most of you guys can agree with that, to provide 4 full parking spots on driveway.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant? Nothing? Okay, are we ready to take this matter into committee? Yes. Okay, committee members, your comments. Okay, I will start. This is an area which I'm fairly familiar with, and it is a part of Scarborough where really what we've got is Collector Road, which is Toynbee Trail, and the road that comes in from the schools are some distance from here. If they take 5 minutes to get to the school, well, they're walking pretty fast. But so we've got an area that's old. I see that the issue is parking. I think the issue in certain parts of Scarborough, if not all of Scarborough, always is parking. But I don't see that the application really causes any problems that have been identified by the community other than the issue of parking. So any other comments?
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, if I could just add, this proposal actually results in less outdoor parking than exists right now because the driveway is being shortened.
Yes.
So, plus, parking isn't something that we're looking at anyway. You know, I always harken back to, we've got 6 variances here. That's the matter at hand.
Yes.
Parking is not an issue that we're here to address or respond to.
That's
I
correct.
appreciate the sensitivities around it, but it's nothing that we can control in our decision-making here. We're deciding on 6 variances.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. Member Taylor took the words out of my mouth in that these good people have come and made their presentations today, and clearly they're relevant to them and they're very important. The committee has to operate on what we are here and must decide upon based on what the experts that have reviewed this proposal have given us. And I'm struggling to be able to say anything in terms of a declining this variance due to the fact that, as Member Taylor said, it doesn't seem to conflict with what this board can do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally agree that the variances, we have to consider the variances which is before the committee today. That's 100% agreed. But at the same time, that's what I was, when I spoke with Peter, I told him whether he have done any consultation or communication with the stakeholders. I still believe that if there would have been a kind of a communication or consultation with the neighbors, perhaps this confusion would have not arisen that we are 100% talking about the parking, but there are other variances before the committee too. And I think if there is a consultation process in place or communication with the neighbors, these variances and the problems which is mentioned by the other parties could be resolved to a large extent. So the communication piece was missing. I can fairly find out that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Said. Any other comments?
Thank you, Chair. Based on what Member Mohammed said, is it reasonable or possible for the applicant to defer for perhaps some consultation with the community members further to perhaps alleviate some of their concerns?
I don't think we can ask the applicant now whether he agrees to defer it for further communication with the residents. I think that time has actually gone past. Okay, all right. We'll take it out of committee. Mr. Stinson, do you want to ask the applicant?
Applicant, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. I'm present.
So based on your earlier musings and based on the good people here today that have expressed some concerns, would you be willing to defer this for further consultation with the owner and hopefully them forwarding discussions with the people in this neighborhood?
I'm willing to do that. I'd like, if we're doing that, we would do that right away. So I'd like to be placed on the next meeting if possible. Because again, none of the variances as we've proposed right now have been complained about. It's just a parking issue, so we can take a look at what we can address. Also, just a comment in terms of the parking, that tree does obstruct a lot of parking, and with the removal, we do park 4 cars right now. My client texted me, and with the removal of the tree, we'll still park 4. So 4 parking spots. I'm willing to talk to the neighbors, and I'm sure my client is willing to do that as well. But I'd like to not to delay it. If we can get onto the next agenda, I think this can all be dealt with next week, if not by the end of this week, and we'd be able to come back here.
Okay, Peter, we've just had confirmation from staff. The next agenda is already, the notices have already gone out, so the March 1st hearing is not available. Then we're
Yeah, I'm
moving
already
into
thinking to
April.
April. Sorry, my mind was April already because I already know that the notices are out for March. I agree with that. That could be the March, the April one.
Okay, we can't guarantee that at this stage, but what we can do is we can defer it sine die, and staff have heard that if possible, you'd like to be back in front of us before us in April. If not, it's really up to how much work they can get done and how many people are already signed up for the April hearing. But we can defer this sine die and hope that we'll be back before April, and that would give you an opportunity to speak to the community. It'd give the community an opportunity to talk to other members in the community about this issue and perhaps talk about if the issue is predominantly parking, is there any resolution to that? None of the variances would impact the parking issue. So it's not something that is necessarily in front of the committee. It's the overall application that I think is in front of the committee. And that overall application has focused your attention on the parking issue. We can't do anything about the parking issue. So I want to make that clear to the community that we're not asked for any changes to the parking, but the applicant has agreed to a deferral, which is certainly to your benefit and to the committee's benefit. What is the wish of the committee? Are we in agreement with the deferral? Okay.
Through the chair, we need a motion.
Okay. Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Peter, for accommodating all these concerns, and hopefully, when you talk with the community members, neighbors, something good will be coming up. Thank you for agreeing for the deferral, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for deferral of this application, and this deferral is for sine die.
Okay. Mr. Simpson?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
Okay. I have a motion by Mr. Said and seconded by Mr. Stinson to defer this application sine die for purposes of further communication with the community. All those in favor? All those opposed? Mr. Taylor is opposed. The matter is carried for a deferral. Thank you very much. Thank you to the residents.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're moving on to item number 5, which is 4410 Kingston Road. I only have the agent listed to speak. Is the agent online? Item number 5, 4410 Kingston Road.
Hi, I'm here.
Good. This is an application to change the parking rate. The existing rate is the acquired rate is 222 parking spaces. The proposal is for 173 parking spaces, which is a rate of 4 spaces per 100 meters squared.
That's right.
Okay. Before I proceed, is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak to this item for 4410 Kingston Road? Not seeing anyone? Okay. Back to the applicant. Do you wish to make a presentation or do you wish to answer any questions? Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay. I see no questions from the committee members. What is the wish of committee? Mr. Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I see that there is only one item as a variance, and Transportation Services in their letter of February 5, 2024 has no objection. Therefore, I find it is a minor variance, therefore it should be approved.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Mr. Hahn. A seconder?
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Motion for approval from Mr. Hahn, seconded by Mr. Taylor. All those in support? There's 5 in support. That matter is approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will move on to item number 6, which is 6 is 37 Lindale Road. As I pull that item up on my agenda, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the variances for 37 Lindale Road? And I have no one online to speak to this matter. Okay. Number 6 Lindale Road is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling. There is previous applications approved on this property. However, they didn't capture everything. This is, yes. So the applicant has come back with variances, 10 variances for this application. I just want to correct myself. The previous approval was in 2019, so it's significantly different. So we have an application for a new 3-story detached dwelling.
Sorry, through the chair, just for the record, the previous approval was in 2021 and 2006.
Okay. I was just going by the dated number on the application. Sorry. In any case, the previous variances were some time ago. We have before us 10 new variances. Is the applicant is the applicant online?
Madam Chair,
Yes, would you
this is
proceed with
Marin
your name and
Zabzuni.
address?
Yes, this is Marin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway.
Okay, you're the agent. Do you wish to make a presentation on this?
I can give some brief highlights just to give an overall view of this. And then if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer or detail our presentation further. So just to give you some highlights, essentially, this is actually an addition. The reason it's considered new is because we weren't unable to keep 50% of the exterior walls. But it's important to know that it is an addition, and the reason being the front driveway is existing. And we have worked as very recently with transportation department. As I understand, they sent a memo a few days ago. We spoke with Hassan yesterday from transportation and notified him that essentially it is an existing garage, existing driveway, and also the existing retaining walls and pavers. If we were to make any modification, it would injure the existing trees that we want to keep in the front yard. So they understand that, and they said this morning actually that they sent a revised memo to the committee. I am not sure if you received this, but they have confirmed this via email this morning. We, as you've seen, the staff report has been supportive based on what we're been proposing, which is fairly common in the area. And the homeowners are currently living there, and they've spoken to many of the neighbors, which we've submitted several letters of support. So this is the high-level highlights of our application, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the committee? Mr. Hahn? No, Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is about variance number 8, but the applicant is giving the updated possession where they have got some approval from the transportation. Madam Chair, are we aware of that changes or updated possession?
Staff, could you answer that question?
Through the chair, a memo was submitted 20 minutes before the start of the hearing, so it could not be reviewed or put on the public record because it came after the written submission deadline.
Did we have a memo from transportation? Can you read that memo into the record, please? Do you have that memo? No?
One moment.
I understand we don't have time to physically get it to us, but it has been received, and therefore, while we're talking about this, we can, in fact, consider their latest memo.
Through the chair, so the memo from Transportation Services dated February 13th, 2024, prepared by Hassan Arous. I won't go through the whole memo, but the conclusion states, based on the foregoing, Transportation Services does not object to variance number 8.
Okay, so the Transportation Services initially were concerned about variance number 8, which is the maximum permitted driveway width. They are now satisfied and have had further conversations, we understand, with the applicant that the existing situation will remain. Is that correct?
Correct on my end, if you're asking me.
Okay. Staff are just double checking that their memo.
So through the chair, I'll just quote the portions of the report. The existing curb cut for the driveway access is to remain with a width of 3.78. Driveway design remain unchanged. Transportation Services has no objection to the proposal as the garage design and driveway will remain to an existing condition.
Okay, thank you very much. A further question to staff. Community Planning has requested that if this application be approved, that it be built substantially in accordance with the plans shown. Is that still consistent with the driveway?
That would be consistent with the existing driveway, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Committee members, your opinions. Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to make sure I understand, I want to direct this question to you, Chair. So there is no conflict then between traffic services and community planning now?
No, they are now in agreement. Mr. Stain?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for confirmation that variance number 8 is not a concern for transportation section. That's good. Madam Chair, I have through you, I have a question to the applicant to the variance number 10. And I have concern about the front yard landscaping. According to the variance, the requirement is 75%, and the proposed is 40.62%, and within that, 54.89% is the soft landscaping. So would the applicant elaborate on that? Like, what's the triggering factor for that, and how this variance could be regarded as a minor variance?
Yes, I'm happy to elaborate. So we actually are improving the front yard landscaping area compared to what was previously existing with rebuilding the front porch further away from the existing porch. So there's more green space on the proposal than there is on the existing condition. Something that I would like to notify too is that part of the neighbor's existing driveway is on our lot, which also affects the soft landscaping area. I hope that satisfies your question, but let me know if there's any others.
Are you satisfied?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? Yes, Mr. Han.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Sir, I have 10 variances in front of me. 5 of them do not comply. They seems to be not minor. And those variances are number 3, 4, 6, 8, and 10. And you are asking 3-story and you are exceeding in height. How do you justify?
Thank you for your question. So variances number 8, 9, and 10 are all due to existing conditions of the front yard, as this is still an addition in essence. So we've tried to improve those existing conditions where possible, as I mentioned previously on the front yard landscaping, and the rest will remain as is due to the driveway being existing with the pavers, because there is existing trees there that we do want to keep and don't want to remove. And we worked with transportation and planning to have that communication and understanding. That's why transportation is not supportive, and that's why planning is overall supportive. In terms of the other variances, they're actually quite common in the neighborhood and on the street itself in terms of 3 stories. I will mention that, speaking to variance number 3, the 3rd floor is within the roof structure in order to reduce and minimize impact, which is very common in that neighborhood. If we were not to count the 3rd floor, we would be proposing 1st and 2nd floor a total of 0.72 times the area. In regards to number 1, the lot coverage, we're actually improving the proposed lot coverage because we're removing the rear deck that's attached to the existing shed. Otherwise, the coverage would be bigger even without the proposed renovation addition. And the other items, again, they're within the bounds. We did submit a cover letter and a supporting material chart, which shows the comparable variances in the neighborhood. And that's the reason that we feel the application meets the 4th test and merits our proposal, essentially. Thank you.
Sir, with due respect, item number or variance number 8 has been already attention to your kind consideration that they have refused. The width of their driveway is far too long to be considered as a minor variance.
Sir, actually, the conversations we've had is quite the opposite, where the driveway is fitting to remain existing. I'm not sure if you heard the conversations, and you can speak to the other committee members and Madam Chair, but both planning and transportation are in agreement to approve this variance number 8. Correct me if there's any miscommunication on that end, please, but they're supportive on this variance.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as the variance number 8 is concerned, yeah, you are correct. I'm not talking about variance number 8, 9, and 10. Let's go back to the variance number 3. The proposed floor area is 0.82 as against the bylaws, it should be 0.4, which is double the floor area. 279 is allowed, 552 is, you're asking for that. That is my big concern. Also, it's a 3-story building from the street view, of course it is, and because look at the height in variance number 4. Instead of 9 meter, it is 10.62 meter. So could you elaborate why this floor area as well as the height of the building is exceeding significantly as it is allowed by the bylaws?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So, as mentioned previously, the 3rd floor adds to the proposed FSI. However, if you look at the front elevation, even speaking to building height, a large portion of that is the roof, essentially. So, and you're welcome to pull up the front elevation just to see that from perspective of the streetscape and neighborhood, this looks more like a 2-story house. This is the existing, actually. If you go downwards, there you go. Yes. So as you can see here, this is a traditional design where you see a lot of the roofscape and only one dormer so that we can minimize the massing. And then again, this building height is taken from the established grade as well, which is based on the existing grading on both averaging lots, which is an existing condition. But overall, we made sure that this looks as if it's a 2-story home. If you were to remove the 3rd floor, we would go down to 0.72 times the area, and nothing would change in terms of the streetscape, where it would still look like a 2-story. In terms of the number itself, if you look at both the supporting material we've sent in and other approvals, there's several homes that are both approved at 3-story and over, let's say, 77 times the area and above. So we're not asking here for anything that is uncommon. We have made sure that we respect the proposal in terms of what the neighborhood has seen in development. And planning is supportive on that, and they had no concerns either. So we feel that this is within other built forms and variances.
Do you know the height of the adjacent properties?
I don't have that. Let me pull up actually one moment. So there's several, I don't know what the immediate neighbor's height is. However, in homes in the neighborhood, as part of our research, you'll see that there's several homes on Fallingbrook Drive even that were approved at 10.3 meters, 10.6 meters, 10.21 meters. So, and also, yeah, Fallingbrook Crescent, 10.28 meters, 13 meters even. So 10.42 meters, it's all in our supporting documentation. So it's not uncommon to see these building heights.
I can see that the building heights, there are quite a number of houses there with the same height, look like the same height, but I'm not sure about that.
Yes.
So I thought maybe you have got some stats about that, but what about
it's there. building height
Is there is
yeah,
the
sorry.
three-story, how many houses there are three-story? Because I don't see there is a three-story building nearby to this property.
Actually, on Lindale alone, I believe 24 Lindale was approved recently as a 3-story. There are several other properties. Going back to this research, let me see if it's noted here. But we are confident that not only in the neighborhood, but on the street itself, there is 3 stories. So there's 33 Lindale also was approved at as a 3-story building, which is on the same street. 5 Fallingbrook was approved as 4 stories. Several on Fallingbrook. 24 Lindale was approved as 3 stories recently. So yes, it's quite common, both on the street and on the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions of the applicant? Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. I think I see what the applicant's articulating, and based on also Member Saeed's comments, well, it is a 3-story. It has a lot to do with the dormers in the roof line. I don't think this is new territory for this street to have growing homes, I'll call them, because again, this is part of the city's plan as we increase our density in our city. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Are we ready to take this matter into committee then? Okay, we're now in committee. Any comments in committee? Do I have any motions?
Thank you, Chair. I'm comfortable with the application. I understand that it is a larger home. I won't repeat everything that we've all heard. As long as the conditions are met from community planning, urban forestry, and of course, traffic services.
Through the chair.
Sorry.
Transportation services doesn't have conditions anymore.
I apologize. Thank you, Deputy Treasurer. My mistake. But where the conditions are required for approval, if the applicant is good with those, I'm putting forth a motion that we approve it.
Sorry, just for the record, can you please restate the motion?
It's a motion for approval.
Right, a motion for approval with respect to 37 Lindale.
Subject to?
Subject to conditions of community planning and urban forestry.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion for approval, subject to conditions that, from community planning, that they build substantially in accordance with the drawings, and urban forestry. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Taylor?
I'd be happy to second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Taylor. All those in approval? That matter is carried. I voted in approval. Mr. Stinson, Mr.
Through the chair, can you please just call for all those opposed?
Yes, those opposed? Mr. Hahn and Mr. Stead are in opposition. Thank you. Sir, your application is approved, subject to conditions.
Thank you.
I'm sure, is there is a tie? It was 2 members are in approval, 2 members are in. There are 2 members are supporting and 2 members are in opposition. So is there, oh, you voted in the favor? Okay. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, just for the record, because we are an odd number, there was not an issue with the tie.
Item 7 is a fairly straightforward application from what I can see. I propose we deal with item number 7 and then we will discuss having a break. For those in the audience, is there anyone in the audience to deal with item number 7? Okay. Then we will deal with item number 7. We will take half an hour break, 45-minute break. Committee, 45 minutes? Okay. So we will probably start again, I'm just assuming we will start again at 1 o'clock. So if you wish to leave, when we take our break, this room is locked, and then I'll see you back again at 1 o'clock. Okay? Item number 7 is 86 North Windrow Boulevard. Is the applicant online? Okay.
Afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee members, Madam Chair. My name is Graham Barrett of SGL Planning and Design, 1547 Bloor Street West, Toronto, agent for the owner.
Thank you. Do you wish to make a presentation, or do you wish to simply answer questions?
Well, I've submitted a bit of a planning rationale. I'm hopeful that the committee members have had a chance to review that. This is a pretty straightforward application, as you said. I believe it's the result of a revision permit rather than order to comply, which is nice. Essentially, a lot coverage variance is triggered because a portion of the basement is to be excavated, which was not a part of the original permit application, and an existing garage, which was to be removed, has been reduced and is being retained as a shed. And due to these things, a lot coverage variance is triggered, and part of that's due to the dwelling and the excavated area under the rear veranda and the shed, which is, as I mentioned, now to be retained. Both adjacent neighbors have signed letters of support, or rather a petition of support. And I see no concerns from planning staff on the AIC or any other comments for that matter. Really is quite straightforward. I don't think the coverage variance is particularly egregious, and it'll just allow for that shed to remain, and the veranda, the excavated area underneath, really has no impacts as it's all below grade. If there's anything else I can answer, I'd be happy to.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. My question is, what about the side setbacks, front and back setbacks? You haven't mentioned. And the building height, I would like to know the shed existing or is already built.
As I mentioned, this was an existing garage in the rear yard that's been converted to a shed. This has been reviewed by zoning, and no variances have been identified for side setbacks or height. It's just to retain most of the existing structure. You can see in the material that I submitted that a portion at the front is being trimmed back. Look at page 2 of my submitted material. You can see the existing outline of the garage and then the shed with a portion of the footprint reduced. But no other variance has been identified by zoning. This has been reviewed.
Sir, what is the distance between the existing building and shed?
Just a moment. 3 meters at the closest point.
Three meters?
As you can see, 3.01 there on the plans before you.
Give me the precise number.
I think the plan.
3.01 meters.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Any other questions from members of the committee? Okay. There are no conditions. Okay, what is the wish of committee? Mr. Hahn? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find all these, the one variance in front of us, small in nature, therefore I move this be approved.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Chair, I will second that motion.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion for approval from Mr. Hahn, seconded by Mr. Stinson. There are no conditions. All those in support of the motion. The application is carried. It was voted unanimously in support. Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you very much. Okay, as I indicated, we're going to take a break. We will come back at 1 o'clock. And we will deal with the item, starting at item number 8, 261 Bellamy Road North. planning committee come to Muskoka Lakes. They were talking about rental units in your cottage, secondary dwelling unit, cottage rentals, the problem up there. But I listened at the very beginning. There was no land acknowledgement. Yeah, I was kind of surprised because I would have thought they might have done it. There's a reserve in five miles of the city center. I thought it was to see how they did the calculation. Yes, I saw that. No, we'll start at 1. We won't start at 10. I'm saying 2 minutes, so. How do we get the technology fixed up? Yeah, for item 8, there's only 2 people registered. Registered in person. Yes, I meant in person. I will too. You're set up okay? Yes. Just gonna turn on your camera? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, you're good. You're good. Is the room? Okay. I'm meeting number. Yes. Thank you. I think I got the camera on. You do? Yeah, they're on. You're good to go and so yeah. That is college. I can't see that by college. Just like. It's 1 o'clock. Yeah, you can get started. Is everyone here? Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. The Scarborough Committee of Adjustment will continue. We will start with item 8, which is 261 Bellamy Road North. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item? Good. Would you come down to the podium here? There's a couple of places that you can sit there. And we will, wait until we've heard from the agent. Is the agent online? Sorry, is the agent present? Oh, the agent. Okay, you need to come down too. Speak. If you want to, you can come down on this side and speak, and there's seating over there. Pardon? Yes, you do.
Hi.
Okay, just a second. Let me introduce you and the matter. Okay, so this is Committee of Adjustment for 261 Bellamy Road North. This is an application for a variance to construct a second-story addition to the existing single-story detached dwelling. And there is one variance proposed, and that's a variance from the rear yard. So the applicant is here. We have a couple of people in the audience, and we have a couple of people online. So, sir, would you introduce yourself with your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Hi, I'm Kyle Small, 98 Philosopher's Trail, Brampton, Ontario.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Small.
I
Do
actually
you wish to
don't.
make a presentation?
Yeah, I don't have presentation. I'll just follow up after if anyone has concerns. Right?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I'll just follow up after if people have concerns. I don't really have much
Okay,
to
so
address.
after everyone else has
Yeah.
spoken, is there any questions for the applicant at this stage? The application to, for a rear yard. Yes.
Question to the applicant?
Question to the applicant, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I just want to ask the applicant, did he discuss his project or proposal with the backyard neighbor, which is 10 Cheney Drive or something like that?
No, I did not.
No?
No, and I'm not aware if the client did or not either.
What is it?
Okay, so you're not, you didn't speak it to the
Yeah, so
neighbors? Did the owner of the property?
Yeah, so I'm not aware if the owner did or not. I can ask him if you like, but I don't know. No.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Son?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question to the applicant is, I'm looking at the variance, and the variance state that the existing building is 2.12 meter from rear lot line.
Yeah.
So what kind of, is this the main building or is extension of the main building?
Okay, I can answer that. So the house as it sits right now, we have a basement and we have a full main floor. That's already there, full brick dwelling. Does that answer your question?
Not really.
It's all,
I could not get the answers to that. So my question is like, is this the main dwelling which has been there for many years?
yes. It is a main solid brick
So
dwelling. Yeah.
it's a main building, like it's not a shed or it's not a
No.
deck, it's the main
It's a
dwelling.
main building,
Okay, good.
foundations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I have a question for you, if you have the answer. I noticed that there is an easement on this property, as on all the neighboring properties. I'm familiar with sometimes there's easements for hydro or for
Yes.
telephone, or sometimes even for a water course. Do you know what this easement is for?
I don't know particularly. We aren't doing anything back there in reality. We aren't touching anything
Okay.
back there whatsoever. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, from what I see, that's underground, and we're not touching anything under there. Yeah. Everything that we will be doing will be from the first floor up, as the footprint already is. Nothing. We're not going beyond the existing footprint at all.
So your rear yard is 2.12 meters, and that's the existing rear yard?
Yeah.
And all your construction is above that?
Above the existing footprint, correct.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions of committee? Yes, Mr.
So, because I wanted to confirm that the building is already sitting at this 2.12 from the rear lot, which is an existing condition, right?
Yes.
But in the supporting material, yes, I am referring to this picture. Yes, this is the one. So,
Yeah.
is this the building you are talking sitting at 2.12,
Yeah,
like
so-
this garage or this
No,
whatever
no, so-
shed is there?
Yeah, so if you'll see there, so what's actually happening there, that's the back of the property. You can see the foundation and the brick right there. That's where the house ends. That's the contractor. The fence is there. What you see there is like some kind of like a outdoor kind of little shed. I don't know what it is. But at this point, my client has actually removed all that extra wood. And now that's left there is just a concrete deck and 3 metal posts back there. And it's just going to be left as is. There was a lot of mold that was back there as well. Raccoons, stuff like that. So he just got rid of it. But the structure still remains. It's some form of concrete deck. I guess they were using it for some type of roof. There is no access from the house onto that deck either. That's just like a roof or something.
Okay.
But it is poured concrete. It's
Okay.
casted out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? No? Okay, sir, would you take a seat and
Yeah.
we'll... The first person, no, you sit, sir, just sit here. You have an opportunity to speak after all these people speak. So would the first person come to the podium, please?
Good afternoon, and happy Valentine's Day to you all.
Thank you.
I am Geraldine Martin. I live at number 10 Cheyenne Drive, directly behind the house that's put this request in. I can answer the question, did the owner or this gentleman speak to me about what was possibly coming down? No, no one spoke to me. No one came and said what they were planning to do. My problem is partially the height this is going to be. Right now, with the closeness and proximity to my property line at the back, it's actually in the back, it looks like 2 stories already. So to me, they're adding a 3rd story, not a 2nd. At the front, I'm sure from the front of the street, it will look like 2 stories, but not at the back. With the house being built the way it was, we were told when we moved in, the homes would be bungalows, and they would be going across the property, not the way they're going, because it is a hill. We were unable to stop that because we could never get the builder nor the township to do anything about it. I've lived in what I consider a fishbowl for over 60 years. I am the original owner of the Cheyenne Drive property, and I do not wish to have another story added on. It's going to look like one huge tower to me, and I can't build a fence high enough to cover it, nor would I want to. At the back of the house, there is, as the gentleman said, a building that they put on before they put the door in to the back wall to make it an apartment. And it has partially been torn down, and it's just inches from my fence. Not even meters. And I want that down for sure. And I know the reason in my heart why they put it there. I'm sure it was to allow the people renting the apartment to be covered while they went in their door and I do believe it was used partly as storage. Now, in regard to the water flow, I believe the easement you're talking about is due to the fact that because of the way the house was on the property and the grading that was done or not done at the time, every time there was a storm, our yards and our basements were flooded. Through a lot of effort and a letter from a lawyer, we finally got someone, I don't know whether it was called a borough by this time or not, to come out and take a look. He agreed that there'd have to be something done. One suggestion was, well, you know, it's your neighbor's property, you could sue them. And I thought how nice that would be to introduce ourselves and say, by the way, we're going to sue you, when it wasn't their fault in the first place. Anyway, long story short, we ended up with the catch basin in our backyard, and the neighbors to the south of me had what they called the pup basin. That helped with the drainage coming down from the street. Plus, it also helped with the grading because we're on a bit of a slope, a very slight one from Farmbrook. It was coming down in there in buckets as well. So they put that in, and I have to say, to date, it has been an immense improvement. My concern is, will the people working on the house make sure they grade as well and take that into consideration? I really don't want to go through the same thing again. When you put a third story on, to me, and then a roof, where is the water from the roof going to go? And if it's going to be as close as it is now, the overhang, if there is one on the roof, I don't know the design of the house or the floor that they're going to put on. Where is it going to go to? Is it possibly going to impact the drainage again?
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I appreciate you giving me the time to address this and hope that we come to a good conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just hold for a minute, please. Madam, stay at the podium. There may be a question.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, my question to the lady is that this applicant did not speak to you because I have my own notes and I had a concern of this proposal of your backyard privacy. And nobody discussed that one with you that he's constructing.
They just, the first thing I knew what was being done was when I got the letter telling me about the hearing where I could address things at that point.
And Madam, you have mentioned the height. Also, my concern is the height of the project, but it is not a variance in front of us. We cannot do anything about the height because there is no variance. There is only one variance about the backyard setback. That's the only one we are dealing. Unfortunately, we don't know what is the height of the project.
Mm-hmm. Well, the height will mean that I'm in a bigger fishbowl than I am right now. Also, it's going to block some of the natural light that comes in and also deter any breezes that might be coming from that direction toward my house. I like when I'm able to open windows and open blinds and be comfortable doing that. Right now, especially with a taller building directly behind me, I will not be comfortable at all with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the speaker? No? Could I have the next speaker, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm
Your
at
name
Lauren.
and- Sorry.
Lauren Ralph, 259 Bellamy Road North.
Thank you.
Now, the question I may have might not be about the variance, but I'm just wondering about the city, if we know that we can't have the downpipes off the properties going into the sewers now. So if you look at A5 in the map, it shows the elevation of the front of the house sloping towards the south, and that's where my house is. So I'm concerned, similar to this lady, that where is that water going to go? And because of the property or the roof sloping only the one way, maybe the variance could be changed that they could have an eave trough going into the city sewers. I don't want to stop the produce or the product being built. We want to have good relations with the neighbors. And I think that this lady that was just spoke, that the water is an issue. And I think that the departments that are involved with that would have to address it in order to have an outcome that is all right for everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Can you tell me what's the frequency of water issues in a year?
Well, that would depend on how much rain we have, but I don't have it really coming into my house, but there would be only one direction that they could put it is directed towards our house. So the way that the garage now, it's a lower level, but you would have more area directed towards my place. There's only one plane, by looking at the drawing, would be coming towards us. So I think that's an issue. Might be a building issue or change of plans, but I think it has to be addressed at some form.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions of this? Nope. Okay. Do we have another speaker in the area here? No, no one else in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, we have two speakers on virtual. Good afternoon. Would you please give your name and your address?
Hi, this is Dr. MD Anaduzzaman. My nickname is Kajol. I am for 8 Sand Drive, neighbor to the lady, and just behind to the person who just speak about the concern. So my concern is we really want a good neighborhood, as others said. The concern is, as the lady said, water drainage is a big issue, and it is also going the catch basin and drainage system through my property backyard. So it's already having challenges, as you said, and we had this flooding issue as well from the backyard, and the water is coming. It is surprising the city didn't have that plan to manage that water to the other side than drainage to the downstream, which is like we are already 7 feet below or 6 feet below these properties, 259 and 261. And already due to the soil pressure from 259, our fence is already inclined. And like, though we have the concrete structure, but it's falling down toward our properties. So already have a big concern. And once they are going to build, I believe they will have more water flow through the rooftop and the surrounding area. It is a big challenge. And top of the second question I would have, or concern I have, as privacy and sunlight, as said by the lady, because we bought the property as like bungalow to have an open space and free air and sunlight circulation. So once they're going to build like 3-story building, let's say now it's going to 3-story, because since we're already 7 feet down, so then we have this issue, and definitely we'll have the privacy concern, and we are not going to build a fence like that high, and definitely nobody going to do that. So, and uh, on top of that, during the construction, I have like 1-year-old kid, and we're expecting another. So during this construction phase, they are going to use different type of chemicals, different type of noise pollution, furniture, and things they are going to use, and it will make a huge problem for me. I believe, especially as an environmental engineer, I really concerned about the emerging contaminant like PFAS. They're going to use different type of chemicals like paints and others. I know probably this council is not concerned about that and not willing to address this, but it's a big concern for me. And I don't want to have a challenging life with my upcoming kid who is going to have difficulties for this type of issues that might have. And third thing, the last thing I would say, the behind, as you saw the picture, they have the shade, it's already touching this fence. That means they don't have sufficient backyard space to construct. So once they will construct, many debris and many things can fall down, and we have to restrict our movement around this corner of the building where they're constructing. So I bought the property and I'm not going to sacrifice my movement and my life during this construction period. I definitely request you to consider this factor before deciding any concluding remarks for this construction for this third-story building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Mr. Saad?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, just hold on for a minute, sir. We've got a question for you. Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, my question to the speaker recently. I do understand, like the earlier speaker from 10 Cheyenne Drive, and you are from 8 Cheyenne Drive, and that's the drive which is in slope as compared to the Bellamy Road, and the water flow will be there. But I'm not talking about the water flow and all that. I have a question. I'm curious. Like, okay, the building is already existing there, single story is there. And the applicant is now going to build a second story on top of that. So how this is going to have more severe impact on you in terms of setbacks, rear yard setbacks and all that. So because that's the only variance before the committee today. So I just want to try to listen to your thoughts, like what exactly, how it is going to have more severity towards your issues and problem while one-story building is already there and 2 stories allowed.
Okay, sir, can you explain a bit further why this is more severe?
Yes. This definitely they are not going to touch this bottom floor, so it should not be that concern. But once they are going to construct and high rise without proper scaffolding and things, it will be challenging if they're going to fall down any big heavy instrument or particle and things like that. It will be really risky for our side. And second thing is they're going to acquire like height wise or whatever it is sidewise. Once they are going to renovate, definitely they are not going to work on the existing building on top, but definitely they will make this beautification and whatever it is surrounding area as well. I have really big concern. Then once they are going to use new materials and extra structure is going to be there, so more different type of environmental impact can occurred there during the demolition of the roof and also the construction. So that is my concern.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions for the speaker? No. All right, thank you very much, sir. Our last speaker is Rex. Is Rex online? If you would identify yourself with your address and then go ahead.
Rex Boland, 12 Cheyenne Drive. I'm objecting to this. I did not know that they could put a second story on without having to adjust the applications of the permit, which sort of surprised me. But my concern is that the water is just going to be ridiculous. We've heard from everybody about the privacy, which is, as number 12 Ben said, all of a sudden we've basically got a 3-story building 5 feet, 10 feet behind our backyards. But we already have drainage issues. Number 10 has a sewer in the backyard to avoid the drainage issues. Number 8's new and he hasn't quite got the full effect. I've had to replace my fence or fix my fence several times because of the pooling in the back caused by the down drainage from the neighbors from the backyard. And we've had to repoint our basement at least once. And, you know, we still occasionally have water issues. If he's putting up another 5 or 6 meters of building, that means that if the rain's hitting his building, we've got 10 feet more, 10, 15 feet more of rain hitting straight down into our backyards because he's got no backyard to absorb the water. He's got maybe a foot worth of grass or dirt before it hits our backyards. If the rain's going the other way, we've got less sunshine to dry up our backyards. So we basically, as you can see on the drawing, page 6 of what I have, the grade comes right down to our backyards. So not only are we below them, but from the front of his house to the back of his house, the grade is flowing down to ours, our backyard. All the water's coming to us. He's put on a flat roof, and I don't see how he's going to expect to be able to combat the amount of water that can come on a storm, on a summer storm, on a flat roof. And I don't see anywhere where the drainage is going. And like you said, he can't drain it into the sewers because City of Toronto's not allowed anymore. And he doesn't have space to put anything in the back to catch the water. So he's got to hope that everything goes to the front, which I'm sure he doesn't want to because his yard would get flooded. He'd rather it be ours. The fact that that shed he says is built in, give me a break. It's basically some cement blocks with a few pieces of wood stuck into the ground and stuck up, and then he put a little roof on. Only reason it doesn't blow down is because his house is protecting it. So I don't see how you can let this go through.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the last speaker? No? Okay. To the applicant, you have the opportunity to rebut.
Hi, I'm applicant Kyle Small. Just want to address. Okay, so I'm going to start off by addressing some of the debris issues that they're worried about throughout construction. Very good point. I did observe that. It's really close. Something like that.
Can you move the mic a bit?
Upper? No, it doesn't go any higher than that.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so the debris issue, that's a solid concern. He is correct. Something like that I've observed. And we were very careful that debris doesn't fall off into people's property. People are addressing the height issue. Are you able to bring up any one of the elevations? Possibly one of the earlier ones, the front elevation? Is anyone able to do that? I think it should be A03. No. Maybe A04, A05, around that area. Just to see the front elevation. Right, here we are. Okay, zoom in a bit there. So I just want to just point out this height thing, just to clear this up. Zoom in a bit more if you're able to. All right, and just try to centralize the drawing. Okay, so first things first, as well, I want to address the slope. That also too. We could flatten the roof off and have things drained accordingly. The slope was just for styling initially, but it does make sense to flatten it out because otherwise we're directing all the water to one place. I did not know that this town had all this water issues. I did observe that the slope is very steep. It goes to the back and that they all are lower. So I did have some idea that, there could be water problems, but that's all existing. None of these things are anything that we've done. My clients probably owned the house for not even a year. So any of these other stuff that they're complaining about, that shed thing in the back. So what's going on with that shed thing in the back is actually reinforced concrete. It is actually it's in the brick wall. Okay, it's actual poured concrete with steel posts. It's actually a solid structure if you go look at it. Now that everything's been ripped off, all that crappy wood that he had there. But to address the height, I have the dotted lines represented where the old roof is. If you would look where like the middle area of the center part of the drawing, if you just scroll your mouse down a little bit more, you'll see where the dotted line, right, you see up a bit? See, yeah, see that dotted profile there? That's where the old roof is. And we are just simply adding just that much more on. So you're not really getting much more of a height difference, especially after we flatten it out. So the height is not much different. You're getting like not even 2 meters different from the top of the old roof to where the new roof would be now. Not much different. It's just a story. Next thing to address, these catch basins. How many people did they say had it in their backyards? 2 of them? Does anyone recall? So I could follow up with them as well. Did not know water was an issue in the area. Now I know. Right, so I think I pretty much touched on everything. Sorry that I spewed this out really quickly. I just wanted to say it without losing my time. So if anyone else has anything else that they want to ask, or if I didn't clarify anything, so please let me know.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have a question. You're proposing a more or less flat roof, not a peaked roof?
Yeah, it's not peak, it's just flat roof. I'm probably going to use TJI joists because they run really long and I can go end to end from bearing walls.
Okay. I think the issue is the community has addressed is water runoff. They've already got a problem with drainage. It's not uncommon in certain older areas of Scarborough. And so the existing residents are starting to have to deal with the drainage on their property. Is the flat roof going to, how are you proposing to drain from the new structure? Is everything going to the front?
No, in reality, everything should be drained from all 4 sides, regardless. It would be the best way to just kind of regulate the water flow. If we were to go everything into the front, that would be something that probably the building department should suggest to me and say, you know what, this is something we would like you to do regardless. Once they, I guess, could review things and suggest, it probably, they always got some idea about something. They've helped me in circumstances like this too.
Yeah, well. I know that we've got the variance and there's the whole issue of the building permit and the building department review. But since you had said that you were not aware of the drainage problems and are now aware of the drainage problems, I'm looking to how are you proposing to resolve those problems?
Right.
You are.
Right, so just off the top of my head right now, what I will do first is flatten the roof. I won't have everything sloped, so we're not going to get drainage to one side. I'm just going to make it flat, and we'll drain things off accordingly on all sides normally. Unless the building department tells me otherwise that I should be draining everything to the front, then I'll just drain it on all 4 corners like a normal house. Just like how the house was before, right? I mean, I'm not adding anything onto the house other than going above. The footprint remains exactly the same. The amount of water that hits the house is exactly the same. The house is in the same position.
Okay, and I'm aware that the only variance that we have in front of us is the rear yard.
It's the rear yard setback,
It's not the height of the building at all.
No, the heights, everything's all within constraints, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have one more question.
Thank you, Chair.
Sir?
Sir?
You got a question?
Yeah, I do. It's all good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. Too.
All right, man.
Just for my edification,
Yeah.
the dotted lines you pointed out to all of us, from what is existing to what will be new in the roof height.
Yes, yeah, you can break
What
that
is
down.
that distance? Because I think you said adding that much more height.
Right.
I just want a specific number if you have it.
Right, I don't. I could if you gave me a couple minutes to pull the AutoCAD up, but otherwise, I have no way to retrieve that to get a measurement.
That's fine.
Just me by eyeballing it, like I could tell that's. I mean, there's a person standing there. You see that
I do.
like that person. So scale that person, right? It's a woman, right? So
Okay.
how tall is she gonna be? Like 5'6", maybe 5'8". You know?
Well, we'll just leave it there, but I do appreciate you trying to answer that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You look like Mayor Patrick Brown. I'm from Brampton. You look like the mayor of Brampton. Just for the record.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? Okay. Going to take this into committee. Any comments? No, I'm sorry, you can't. You spoke earlier, right? That was your opportunity. You had to ask all the questions at that time. So perhaps in our discussion, one of your questions may be answered, but we can't allow any further discussion. We're in committee. Committee members will be discussing this amongst ourselves. Mr. Said, I think you had a question or a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment on that because there is only one variance before the committee today, and just focusing on that. I think this is an existing condition where the building is sitting at 2.12 meter and they are having a second story on top of that. So I'm okay with that because that's the only variance. As far as the other matters are concerned, I think that could be looked into when they go to the building permit. And at that time, the sewerage or the rainwater or whatever the thing is. So, but to me, because there is only one variance before us, and I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? No, I'm going to comment. Sorry, Mr.
Yeah, sorry, just a couple of comments, Madam Chair. Most of the concerns that we heard about are obviously significant, very meaningful to those that brought them to our attention. Stormwater drainage is a big issue in an urban area. It always is. However, it's not within our mandate. This committee's mandate does not include stormwater drainage issues. That's an issue that's dealt with in the building permit process. And the other concern that was raised, similarly, construction issues, again, not within our mandate to control or deal with, really. Again, it's the building permit process that deals with that. So I think, again, sort of echoing back to Member Said, what we're really talking about here is this single variance for a second story on top of a existing building, which is already 2.12 meters from the rear lot line. That's not changing. So that's my kind of overall observation here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a comment, too, that the committee is only dealing with the rear yard. However, having raised the issues of the water flooding, and I'm familiar with that issue. I have it in my area too, and it's a problem. But I think having an opportunity for a building permit and for the building permit and the appropriate staff to look at the drainage, that would actually be a benefit to the community. The applicant has already indicated that maybe he will change his plans as to the roof pitch to make it a better situation. So we're not dealing with the drainage issues. I'm glad the community has raised them. It's something that needed to be raised. It's a matter that will, if this variance is approved, when he goes on for a building permit, the building department will look at all the issues, including the drainage. And therefore, there isn't too much more we could do. We have a single variance. It's to allow a second-story addition on top of the existing building with a rear yard setback of 2.12 meters. Do I have a motion? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will put forward motion for approval of item 8, and there are no conditions for this approval.
Okay. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Mr. Sade, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All those in favor? That matter is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, sir. Your item has been approved. Thank you to the residents for bringing some of the issues to our attention. Okay, we'll move on to item number 9. Number 9 is 38 Andale Drive. Are you the applicant, sir?
I am indeed. My name is Will Hudson of Hudson Architecture. I'm the architect and agent.
Okay, thank you. Just take a seat for a minute. Okay. This is an application for, second. Okay, sorry about that. I just needed to refresh my computer to get the actual size here. So this is 38 Andale Road, and it's an application to construct a new 2-story dwelling with a covered front porch. We have the architect here, and we have a second person who wishes to speak, and maybe a third person? Okay. All right. Let's start off with the architect.
Good afternoon. The proposal before you is
Through the chair. Give your name and address
I'm
first,
sorry.
please.
Once again, it's Will Hudson of Hudson Architecture. 530 Queen Street East, Toronto.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
The application before you today is for the demolition of an existing 1.5-story house and the construction of a new 2-story single-family dwelling, detached. The proposal triggers 4 variances, 2 of which I would make the argument are somewhat technical in nature. That would be number 2, the front yard setback. That's actually taken to an architectural feature, which is the bay window at the front. If it's taken to the front of the house, we actually averaged the adjacent. But again, we were trying to add some movement, modeling, and character to the front of the house. The other variance is that I would say is somewhat technical is number 4, which is related to the eaves and the eaves trough on the west side. The existing house sits pretty tight to that west lot line, and we're also going to be tight, although not provoking a variance. We're within the bylaw for that side, but the roof overhang and eaves trough, again, architectural elements will encroach into the permissible projection for an eaves. The other 2 variances are for FSI and coverage. Again, this is proposed above grade, 2,600 square foot house, which, although a good size, I don't think could be characterized as a monster house, a land grab, or overly developing the site. And if you look at the floor plans, there are a number of rooms, 4 bedrooms plus 1 on that second floor, which is really more of a study. But again, the rooms themselves are a modest size, I would maintain. The I think it's worth saying too that we made every effort that we could to stay within the bylaws. So we don't have variances for height, landscape area, length, sidewall height. I've personally designed 3 or 4 houses in this very close to this house on Lindale and Wood Glen, and I'm very conscious of the context and tried to maintain something that I felt was within character of the immediate environment, also the kind of beach and the hunt club too, which is where it is. I also live not a million miles away. The coverage number, although it may seem large, a lot of it's 3.5% of it actually relates to the porch roof at the front. So without it, we would be under 40%. We'd be at 39.1%. Planning, community planning is okay with it. I'm very aware of the petition of objection, and discussions did happen with the neighbors. They were late, regrettably. They were kind of 11th hour, but they have happened, including today with the person you're about to hear from. And I think it's important to say that 36, which is an adjacent neighbor who had voiced concerns, has been spoken to. And their concerns were largely about the proximity of the roof on the west side and drainage from it. And so when it was explained to them that you can't drain onto a neighbor's property and that it would be drained onto private property, they were okay with it. And I think it's worth noting too, they didn't actually sign off on the petition of objection as well. So they're good as far as I'm aware.
Can you wrap up?
Yep, happy to take questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
You had 10 seconds left.
Okay.
Any questions? Any questions to the applicant? Okay, would you take a seat and we'll hear from the first speaker? Come up to the podium, no, whichever one.
I'm for, she's against, who should go next?
We can. It doesn't matter to us. We don't necessarily have to have for or against speaking first or second.
Okay, sorry. So, yeah, so Peter Lux, 37 Andale Road. I'm going to be the builder of this project. I will be living directly across the street. I was here more just to speak to that I did reach out after we found out there was objections. I did reach out to the neighbors and spoke to them. So it was more for that. That's all I really wanted to speak of.
Okay. Any questions for this gentleman? Okay. The next person? Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Nolan, and I live at 40 Andale Road.
Okay.
I'm here today to express my strong opposition to the requested variances to the zoning bylaws for the proposed building at 38 Andale Road. As a longtime resident of this neighborhood, having been born and raised here and residing in my current home since 2006, I'm deeply invested in the well-being and integrity of our community. The proposed variance, particularly the substantial increase in floor space index and lot coverage, is far from minor. The extension of the existing house by approximately 12 to 14 feet to the north will significantly alter the landscape of our neighborhood, especially for those of us directly impacted by the development. Notably, our house and the one in question are south-facing, with our property situated directly to the east of number 38. This means that the proposed extension will obstruct sunlight from entering our backyard in the afternoon and evening, severely encroaching on our green space and diminishing our quality of life. Additionally, I'm concerned about the precedent cited by Hudson Architecture for variance 1 and 3 It's important to note that none of the listed properties are situated on the north side of Andale Road, and most of them benefit from backing onto ravines, golf courses, or parks, which provide ample greenery. In contrast, we lack the luxury of added city-owned green space. Furthermore, only a minority of houses on the north side of Andale have extended north, and their extensions are significantly smaller, averaging approximately 4 feet. This proposed rebuild, therefore, deviates significantly from the established norms of our neighborhood and, more importantly, the existing bylaws. It is evident that this project primarily serves the interests of the builder, who is prioritizing profit maximization over the well-being of the existing community. Their expressed concern about potential financial losses to me earlier this week does not justify disregarding the existing bylaws that are in place to maintain the character and livability of our neighborhood. The profit margin of the builder should not come at the expense of the residents who call this community their home. I understand that extending further north is not the issue here and is permitted as the architect was quick to point out to me today that they can build a narrower house that goes all the way back as far as they'd like. However, I'm hoping that this committee holds them to the existing bylaws. Again, I submit these requests are not minor, but quite significant. In conclusion, I urge the Committee of Adjustments to carefully consider the impact of the proposed variances on the surrounding neighborhood and to prioritize the interests of the existing residents over those of the developer. And before I wrap up, I just wanted to address two things. Mr. Hudson mentioned number 36. To be clear, number 36 doesn't live in that residence. He's renting the property, which is why I could not get a signature. I am a mom with aging family, and I can't get my petition signed by everybody in the neighborhood as hard as I tried. The builder, Mr. Lux, does not currently reside at 37 Andale, but lives at Clonmore Avenue and says that he is moving in to 37 Andale. I'm not sure for how long or when that will happen. So I think that's definitely something that needs to be considered by the committee. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none? Okay, it's back to the applicant for a rebuttal. Mr. Hudson?
Thank you. With regards to the length of the house and the impact on the neighbor, and we're sensitive to it, but I think it's worth reiterating that the bylaw would have allowed us 17 meters. We're at 14.5 meters. And my earlier comment about the length to the person that previously spoke was not intended to be threatening or ominous. It was just a statement that there was ample room within the bylaw to go further back if someone so intended. And again, we have not exceeded front or rear landscape allowances. So the house, as much as possible, is situated and expressed in a way that I think is complementary to the neighborhood, a neighborhood that's changing. I believe that what's happening on Lyndale, which I quoted in my precedent study, will happen on Andale too. It's just lagging. So that generally I'm absolutely sympathetic to any kind of impact that a second floor may have, but a second floor is permitted. And the variances that are there, primarily the ones that have, I would argue, have substance to the FSI and the coverage. And I think I previously spoke to the coverage element. Also with the FSI, we tried to keep it down by putting a notch in the ground floor and not grabbing that. That's used as a bit of amenity space for the ground floor. So each step, the thought was taken to try to keep the impact of the house as low as we could.
Okay, anything further? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Any questions of the applicant? Committee members, no questions? Okay, thank you. Take a seat. All right. If there's no questions, we're now in committee. Do I have your comments? Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. There is conditions, and it is from the urban forestry section, and other than that, I find no other conditions in this file. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only comment is that 4 variances are in front of us, and my concern is variance number 1. That's it.
Your concern is?
Variance number 1.
Which is the
Which is
FSI?
Right.
Okay. And what is your concern? Can you?
Concern is it's very high as compared to the allowable maximum.
Okay, so the FSI is 0.7 times, and the maximum is 0.59, correct? And so that concern is creating, if approved, would create a house that is significantly bigger. Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Thompson?
I'll just throw a counter view out on that. I have got a problem with FSI. I see a couple of houses on this street that I don't know exactly, but I suspect strongly exceed this proposal. And that would be numbers 30 and 34, Andale. Also, I tend to only be concerned about FSI if it's also related to issues like side yard, rear yard, or height variances. And this application doesn't contain any variances to rear yards, side yards, or height. So I'm not concerned about FSI.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? No other comments? Okay. Do I have a motion? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the variances before the committee as well as the street character, Madam Chair, I am okay with these variances. I believe these variances are minor in nature. Therefore, I put forward motion for approval of item number 9. And there is a urban forestry condition to that, urban forestry condition number 1.
Thank you. So I have a motion for approval of the item subject to urban forestry conditions. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I have a motion of approval from Mr. Said, seconded by Mr. Taylor. All those subject to urban forestry, all those in support? All those in opposition? Okay. 4 people are in support. 1 person, Mr. Hahn, is in opposition. The matter is approved, subject to conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, committee.
Okay, we're moving on to number 10, 161 Treverton Drive. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to item number 10, 161 Treverton Drive? This is an application to construct a 2-story.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Okay, just a second. I want to introduce the matter. This the application to for 161 Treverton Drive to construct a 2-story addition to the existing dwelling, and there are 3 variances. I assume that was the applicant. Is that Mr. Donnell?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Donald, first initial I, I'm counsel for the applicant.
Okay, can I have your name and your address?
My name is Ian, I-A-I-N. My last name is Donnell, D-O-N-N-E-L-L. I'm from the firm of Donnell Law Group, and my address is 183 Simcoe, S-I-M-C-O-E Avenue in Keswick, K-E-S-W-I-C-K, Ontario Leonard 4, Peter 2, Harold 6.
Okay, thank you very much for being so specific and giving us all that information. This is an application with 3 variances. Do you wish to make a presentation?
I initially put the materials in for a presentation. I was helped to a great degree by the person in charge of these matters, and I'm sorry, by Amanda Vardo, who helped me work my way through these matters. I have a copy of all the researches done by the different parts of the town or the city in this matter. And my understanding is that all the conditions have been met, subject to, there was a suggestion that my client speak to the transportation people. I understand that's been done regarding a curb height. And subject to that, and any questions that yourself or the other board members might have, is my presentation. I'm anticipating that we will find favor and or get some suggestions.
Okay, thank you very much. I see that Transportation Services has a question. And I'm not sure how that question has been resolved. If you could just explain to me how that question of the driveway width has been resolved.
My understanding, I apologize because I'm going to give the committee secondhand information, which I received from my client, is that there was an issue of whether the driveway was not wide enough or there was a curb to be cut. The last information I have from last night was that he had satisfied the concerns of the Transportation Committee. If that's not the case, then I suggest or make a suggestion to the tribunal that we put this over to the April meeting so that there is the proper documentation in front of the committee to make the decision.
Through the chair, staff have received the request to amend the application, removing variance 2. It's currently on the screen.
Okay. So the request dealing with the driveway width has been deleted. That I assume that that solves the issue with Transportation Services, and we can proceed with the other 2 variances in front of us. Okay.
Thank you, and that begs what I thought was going to happen, and thank you to whoever, the voice I heard bringing that up. Thank you.
Thank you. That's one of our staff members, Deputy Secretary Treasurer. So, committee, do we have any questions? We're now in committee. Do I have any motion? Mr. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, since variance number 2 has been deleted, and we have in front of us variance number 1 and number 3, so it becomes a minor variances. Therefore, my proposal is it should be approved.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion for approval from Mr. Hahn. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Said seconds that motion.
Madam Chair, it should be as amended with the second.
Thank you for that clarification. And I'm just checking there's no other conditions. Okay, so the application as amended, will you agree with
Sorry,
that?
through the chair, can we just have a repetition of the motion, just so it's clean for the record?
Okay, would you repeat your motion?
Yes. My motion is that we have variance number 2 removed or deleted. So we are dealing with variance number 1 and 3, which are minor, and as amended, the application be approved.
Okay, so that's motion by Mr. Hahn, seconded by Mr. Said. All those in favor of the
Sorry,
motion?
through the chair, apologies for the record. Can we just get the seconder to say it verbally?
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to proceed? Thank you. All those in favor of the motion as amended? Thank you. That application is approved as amended with the deletion of the second variance for the driveway width.
Sorry, through the chair, for the
Thank you,
record.
Madam Chair, for your consideration. Sorry.
Was that unanimous?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your consideration and the other board members.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on. I see before me a couple of people from the audience. I believe one would be the applicant.
Yes, I'm the applicant, Patrick McAuliffe.
Thank you. Are the other two going to speak as well?
Well, one is my wife, but the other is the owner of the house who obviously is in favor.
Okay. All right. Let me introduce this matter. This is an application for 91 Commonwealth Avenue. There is to construct a single-story rear yard addition to the existing single-story detached dwelling, and there are 3 variances. The applicant is here. I don't have anyone else listed to speak on this matter. Okay. Mr. McAuliffe, go ahead.
There's not much I can really say about this. Just answer questions, basically. It's pretty straightforward.
Okay. Item. Okay. That was a really fast presentation. Appreciate that sometimes. Okay, do we have any questions for the applicant? No? Okay, we have no questions for you, sir. If you want to just take a seat there. Okay, we're now in committee. Do I have a motion? Mr. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, we have 3 variances in front of us, and they're all minor. Therefore, I move this application be approved and with forestry conditions.
Through the chair, there's no forestry conditions?
Yeah, I don't have any forestry conditions. So if you just move approval.
There's no forestry conditions?
No.
Okay, ma'am, if there's no forestry condition, then of course, without forestry condition, simply approved.
Okay, so I have a motion to move approval as submitted. I have a seconder from Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor of approval of this application? That matter is approved. It was carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now moving to
Number 12.
number 12. Okay. Item number 12 is 94 Eleanor Avenue. It's a variance to permit circular driveway and to permit changes to the landscaping requirements. I don't see anyone in the audience at all, so we're not dealing with that. Is the applicant online?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chairs and committee members. For the record, my name is Alam Makour. My address is 159 Quebec Avenue in Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you, sir. Do you wish to make a presentation?
Unless if there's any other questions, pretty straightforward. We're just trying to permit a circular driveway in the existing driveway where it's not permitted, and change to the landscape.
Okay, there is a condition from community planning that you build in accordance with the site plan. Are you in agreement with that condition?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
There is a condition from community planning that you build
Right.
in accordance with the site plan. I understand the driveway is already installed, but what we're looking at is if it wasn't installed, are you in agreement with building as the site plan shows it?
Yes, it is. It is installed, and we're gonna build it as installed.
Okay.
Okay.
Um, Is there any further conditions? I'm not sure whether transportation planning has resolved their issues.
Through the chair, the condition as included in their staff report is still being recommended.
Okay.
Through the chair, there's 2 recommended conditions related to the driveway. I'll share the screen momentarily.
Okay. Sir, are you aware of the condition of the transportation planners regarding the,
Yes, I have received the conditions. Last week, I have revised the site plan to reflect those conditions. There was concern about the width of the driveway have to match the curve cut, and thus the revised site plan have been sent, I believe, to Amanda, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken.
okay, so you're in agreement with resolving the issues of transportation planning and making the curb cut and driveway width to be the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. What is the wish of the committee? Mr. Saad?
Madam Chair, I have a concern over here. If the applicant agree to the community planning conditions, I think, and they agree to the transportation condition, in that case, the community planning conditions could not be applicable over here because it could not be tied to the site plan.
Okay. All right.
Can I answer that? So the driveway is existing. The curve cut is not there. So that's a new curve cut that have to be made. So while they're making it new, they can make it at 3.63 meters to match the driveway.
Yes, so Mr. Macker, that's the point. If you are going to make these changes and the site plan which is attached with this application is no more there, that could be tied with the community planning. So that's my point, Madam Chair. If we can only put the transportation conditions there, if we consider to approve it.
I'm looking at the site plan as submitted here. Perhaps staff can help here, because it does look as though that one curb cut on the north side.
Through the chair, the plans that the speaker is referring to came in after the written submission deadline. They are uploaded to the Application Information Center, but were not submitted in time to be before the committee today.
Oh, okay. So the plans that we have today in front of us are not the most recent plans?
That's correct.
Okay. And the applicant, as I understand it, has agreed to a curb cut, and therefore we do have, as Mr. Said has suggested, an issue with the community planning that built in accordance with the plan in front of us. I wonder if we could reword that condition that they build substantially in accordance with the plan in front of us, with the exception of providing a reduced
Through the
curb
chair.
cut.
That's not possible. because we don't have those plans before us today.
Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Chair. In light of recent developments here before us in real time, the Traffic Services has agreed to the cut. The applicant would like the cut. Is there any mechanism here to defer this so that we can, not defer it, but approve the cut, and then it will go back for community planning so that they can then tie it to the proposal?
I don't believe so. I think the issue here, let's just take a look, is the it's to permit a circular driveway width, and 2 access points.
Through the chair, while there is community planning's conditions are in conflict with transportation services, you can still apply transportation services condition should you approve.
Okay, so our solution to achieving what transportation services wants and what the applicant has agreed to is to make this approval subject to transportation planning, but not subject to the community planning. Okay, all right, Mr. Stinson. Do we have a revised?
Thank you, Chair. So I will put forth a motion that we approve this application with the information that Traffic Services Transportation Services has no objections to the curb condition to the curb cut. So we will approve it with Transportation Services conditions. And we will not tie it to the conditions of community planning.
Okay. I'm just checking to make sure there's nothing else that is causing us any issues here. And this is number 12. There are no conditions other that we have not addressed. Okay, so you made a motion? Thank you. Do I have a seconder to that motion?
Madam Chair, I second the motion for approval of item 12, subject to transportation section conditions.
Okay, thank you. The motion for approval, Mr. Stanson, is seconded by Mr. Sid, subject to transportation services condition. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That the motion is approved. It was approved unanimously. Thank you much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Our next application is number 13, 54 Laura Lynn Crescent. The application is to demolish the existing building and construct a new 2-story dwelling, and there are six variances requested. This is item number 13. We have no speakers other than the agent. Is the applicant online?
Yes, my name is Joe Doe, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Thank you very much. I was just checking with staff, couldn't see them with their acknowledgement of being online. Do you wish to make a presentation?
Yes, I can make a quick presentation on this application.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
The owner would like to construct a new two-story dwelling to accommodate family needs. There are 6 variances here proposed. Variance number 1 refers to the proposed front yard setback, which is only 0.06 meters from as of right. It will have negligible impact as it only pertains to the closest point of the front bay window, whereas the majority of the front main wall is actually set back further than the 9-meter bylaw. Variance number 2 refers to a small proposed FSI increase of 0.43 meters, 0.43, which is a fairly minor increase. And variances 3 and 4 refer to the proposed height of 9.5 meters and main wall height of 7.41 meters. Impact here is mitigated by the fact that the dwelling length is only 14.99 meters at the longest point, while the majority of the dwelling length is 13.41 meters. And also the roof line at the front of the dwelling and the front portion of the side main walls has also been brought down to 6.88 meters to minimize impact from the streetscape. The proposal is also nearly 5% under the allowable lot coverage and complies with the bylaw for side yard setbacks, rear yard setback, and all soft landscaping requirements. There are nearby newer builds also have larger 2-story floor areas with greater length than what is proposed here. Variance number 5 refers to the rear deck, and this is mitigated by the fact that the deck has a modest width of 4.86 meters and complies with the side yard setback, and also maintains an 18.58 meter setback to the rear lot line. Variance number 6 refers to the proposed driveway width of 6 meters, while the bylaw is 5.8 meters. The driveway is essentially maintaining the existing width, but is shifted over further from the adjacent neighbor, only on the private portion. The width is common for other properties in the neighborhood, such as 46 and 35 Laurel Lynn and 45 and 25 Canham Crescent around the corner. The west adjacent street on Meriden Crescent, there are 7 properties with large circular driveways, and furthermore, transportation staff have no concerns. There are also no concerns from the planning department, and there are 5 letters in support submitted on file from both adjacent neighbors at 52 and 56 Laurel Lynn, as well as across the street at 51 Laurel Lynn, as well as 19 Todd Road, which is directly behind the subject property. Overall, we feel the application is quite reasonable and minor in nature, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the applicant? Seeing none, I note that there is a condition of forestry. Have you seen that condition, sir? Urban forestry?
Yes.
Okay, and are you okay with that condition? They're asking.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, can we take this matter into committee now? We have no questions, or sorry, do you have a question? Okay. In committee? Okay, Mr. Zahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 54 Laurel Lane Crescent, 5 variances in front of us, minor in nature. Therefore, I move this application be approved with forestry conditions.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, moved by Mr. Hahn, seconded by Mr. Taylor. All those for approval subject to forestry, all those in approval? That matter is approved unanimously. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 14 has been deferred and has been dealt with this morning. So we're now on item number 15, which is 320 West Point Avenue.
Hello, Madam Speaker.
Okay, just a second, sir.
Yeah.
I just have to get my paperwork in front of me. Okay. This is item number 15 of 320 West Point Avenue to construct a second-story addition with a covered front porch. And there was a previous application for this. I believe we have comments. Yes, we have conditions of approval from Urban Forestry, Community Planning, and TS. Remind me what TS is? Transportation Services. Thank you. Sir, have you seen these conditions of approval?
Transportation services and community planning I have. I've not, the other two, forestry I've not seen, and did not catch what the other one was.
Community planning.
So yeah, I have seen community planning, yes.
Okay. All right. So for urban forestry, community planning, transportation services, those are the conditions. Okay.
Okay.
Community planning is just asked that they build in accordance. Transportation services condition is that you remove the garage doors. And urban forestry is your standard condition. Are you in agreement with the removal of the garage doors? I think this is the second set.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the client is reluctant, but we'll we've already, he and I have already discussed some possible alternates to that garage door, the second garage door. So.
Okay. All right. Committee members, do I have any comments? Mr. Sade.
Should I introduce myself? I know it's getting late in the day.
It is getting late in the day, yes.
Let's get her done.
Okay,
It's
Mr.
Scott
Petrie,
Petrie.
please introduce yourself.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. No trouble at all. Formalities, though. Scott Petrie, I'm the applicant and representative of the client for 320 West Point.
And give your address. Well, might as well.
Yes, it's 1006 Clear Lake Road, Torrance, Ontario.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've covered all the basics. Mr. Sade, did you have a comment? Or?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question from Mr. Scott, and I'm referring to variance number 6, which is regarding the front yard setback. So, Mr. Scott, I understand you are building the second story addition. So, is this the existing condition?
The canopy is not. There is a slight overhang of the proposed front entrance porch, which is causing that. Again, a lot of this is approved development from on our previous application, 4.43. Over the development of the project, it's decreased that by 2.5 inches from what was previously proposed. So.
Are we talking about the front yard setback, or are we talking about the proposed front?
Well, item 6 relates directly to canopies and awnings, and there's an encroachment of 4.49 meters.
Okay.
Unless I've got a different.
Okay. All right.
Let me just confirm. Let me just see yours here.
Are you?
Oh no, sorry. My apologies. I'm looking at 2 different reports. Sorry. Item 6 is the front yard setback. That is due to the corner of the garage. Oh, sorry. There is an existing garage that's being incorporated into the living space. The rear wall of that garage was approximately 30 inches to the orientation. Bear with me while I look at my site plan here. 30 inches to the north of the rear wall of the existing house. As the design progressed, the client asked that we, to use his phrasing, square it out at that back corner. It was just a little bit odd on the main elevation to have that sort of bump in. So there's a small 30-inch deep addition to the rear of what was originally the existing garage that has decreased that setback at that corner.
Okay.
By I think it was previously non-compliant anyway. Pre-existing was non-compliant, but we have reduced it by about 16 inches, plus or minus.
Okay, I know that we have a previous decision on this, and this is a property where you've had to, if I call it finesse, some of the issues to accommodate the existing development and look at some of the issues that have arisen. So that's why we've got a revolving.
I have some significantly less polite language, but yes, finesse for sure.
Yes, okay. Mr. Said, any other questions? No? Any other questions, committee? Okay. We'll take this into committee. Do I have a motion? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of item 15, and this will be subject to conditions of community planning, transportation section, and urban forestry condition number 2.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Mr. Said?
I second the motion.
Mr. Hahn, put for the motion by Mr. Said, seconded by Mr. Hahn, subject to conditions of urban forestry, community planning, and transportation services. All those in favor? Okay, that matter is approved, unanimous approval. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, and that concludes our list of agenda items. The only other items we have before us is we've received a TLAB decision that we can look at separately, and our next meeting date is March the 6th, 2024. Can I have a motion for, yes, go ahead.
Move the motion to conclude the meeting,
Very good. I have a motion to
adjourn the meeting.
adjourn the meeting. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Motion to adjourn by Mr. Say, Mr. Simpson seconds it. All in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, staff. That concludes our meeting today.
2:33.
So